ring. So we're kind of have two lures in one. I'm experimenting. And somebody let me know if the audio and video is all right. Another hand-tied rig. We're gonna run this one. It is a Moon Jelly Spade Flasher, or excuse me, Dodger. Run behind a hand-tied Hoochie. And I got these new things. They impart some action to it. We're gonna try this out today. No sound? Hold on. Sounds good? Thank you, guys. What's up, Melvin? Good morning. Good luck, my friend. Thank you. What's up, Bill? Welcome to the stream. Sound is good. Hey, Concept. How's everybody doing today? Got a little bit of wind and chop this morning. Does it sound good or bad? It's a new mic I'm running this time. Sound dropped again. All right, hold up. Are we good now? How long are we going today? Another marathon. We'll be here probably till sundown as long as the weather isn't crazy. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us out here today. This is Holter Reservoir, Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. We are here targeting today rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, northern pike, walleye, yellow perch. Lots of stuff here. Let me know if the sound gets funky. I got another DJI mic too, being as the mic 3s are having so many problems. But check it out, guys. Check it out. I haven't been live in a little over a week. The weather's been crap, but look at what we got going today. Oh, look at this. We got our Lowrance Recon. We got our trolling motor set up. Got my custom mount there. Everything's wired in. And we got this massive 200 amp hour battery going here. And it's hooked up with our Lowrance HDS, networked with our Elite FS9. But what we're running right here, fancy stuff. We are, if you see the little band here, so I can set just a particular depth to troll at, and I hit boop, go, and it just goes. That's pretty sweet. I toyed around with it a little bit yesterday. Wishing you luck, brother. Stuck on the base this weekend. Can I get out? Oh, that sucks, hillbilly. Well, I hope you enjoy your time on the base. We'll be out here catching fish for you. What's up, Fred? Matthew, Concept. I ordered my troller too next week. Nice, Billiard. What'd you get? Nice setup, mister. Thanks, Carl. Good morning, Les. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet setup. I trolled around. I got here last night and actually camped here for the night. Didn't get a wink of sleep. My head was pounding all night. But I got here and I played around with the trolling motor for like 3-4 hours last night, just trying to get the hang of it and get everything calibrated and tested. And I trolled for like 4 hours and used like 1% of the battery. Though I am still using my main outboard basically as the kicker, and I'm only using the Recon to steer with. PG Cuddy with the 5 bones. Good morning and good luck. Thanks, PG Cuddy. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate the support there, my friend. Live Outdoors, what's up, crazy ass mofo? How's the new motor treating you? It's working real well. It's a little funky. I still haven't, there's gonna be a learning curve to it. I was playing around with spot lock last night and trying to do the anchor jog. I haven't quite figured out how that works yet, but the contour trolling I seem to have figured out. A couple of the other features I've been playing with. It's cool though. Is this the OR? Central Montana. I got the brushless Tarova Minn Kota and 36 volt 100 amp hour battery. Nice, nice. Yeah, I went with a 24 volt battery, 200 amp hour. This little boat, I don't really need to run the motor at 36 volt. It runs at 90 foot-pounds of thrust at 24 volt, and I'm only running a 16-foot flat-bottom John, so it's way overpowered for this little boat. Use half the features of my motor. Yeah. No, I mainly bought it for the contour trolling and spot lock. So as long as I can figure out those two features, I'll be good. And it's got the fancy remote here with it. It's got a like a screen on it. It's got a joystick that you use to navigate with. I mean, it's got these quick buttons. And I've got one of them set to make a waypoint, and the other one to, I forget what the hell I said the other one has. I don't know, it's pretty sweet so far. How's everybody's weekend treating them so far? Oh, let's see here. But yeah, I came here, trolled around for a few hours last night. Caught 5 rainbow trout, 1 really big rainbow trout. Couldn't get the kokanee or anything else to bite, but mainly I was just playing around with the trolling motor, so the fish were just a bonus. New fishing toys are the best. Heck yeah. I'm stoked. I've been talking about getting a trolling motor on this boat for years. Good luck today. Thanks, Smallmouth Joe. Welcome to the stream. All good here? All right, thank you guys. Yeah, if the audio or video gets weird or wonky, can one of y'all let me know? And I will try and fix it. But we're here at Holter Lake today. We launched from the Log Gulch campground. We are targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch. There's a whole myriad of different things in here. We just got our lines in the water probably 5 minutes ago. I have the depth contour set right now to troll anywhere between 20 and 23 foot depth bottom. I'm marking quite a bit of stuff, all the way from 5 foot down to 25 foot. And I have noticed that's one thing that's kind of weird. So the map that it's running off of shows a different depth than what the actual depth is. So I need to figure out how to get it to read the right map. What's on the rods? So we are running on this one a baby cowbell in hammered brass, followed by, if you've been here before, you have PG Cuddy, the double wedding ring. I switched it to a single wedding ring up top, and then I put an extra long trailer hook on it, and I actually am running just a micro Hoochie on the end of it. So it's basically 2 separate presentations all in one. On the other line, we're running a Moon Jelly Dodger, followed by another micro Hoochie. Hoping we get the Kokanee to bite today. If we can catch a decent one, I'm gonna take one home and cook some fish tacos tonight. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. Let's go. 19 thumbs up already. We're running lead core line out today on both rods. We're out about 2.5 colors, so 75 foot. That brings us down to a dive depth of somewhere between 12 and 15 foot. In fact, this one I'm going to pull up just a little bit more shallow. Let's pull this one up to 60, just so we got a couple of different depths covered. So this one's 60 foot, so that one's about 10 foot. This one's 75 foot, so somewhere around 12 to 15 foot. I did good last weekend in Kokanee with Max wedding rings. Nice, Billiard. Were you running them just straight? Were you running them behind Max flashlight? Look, there's a man in the water. Oh no, tree, I'm in the water. What's up, Trip? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Trip, I saw your message. I have not had had a busy freaking week with work and trying to get the boat ready. I haven't had a chance to give you a call yet. I will try and give you a call sometime. All right, let's get the action started here. I think it's time for a fish whistle. Excuse me. Please do. I need to plan soon. Thanks. Well, what are you trying to come down to this area or what? What's going on, Trip? All right, I think I'm gonna turn around and head back the other direction. So I am turning off the contour trolling. I'm switching it to manual. We are gonna turn around here real quick. Yes. Oh, nice, Trip. Yeah, I'll give you a holler. Any particular water bodies you're looking at? I almost went to Tiber today, but I figured the weather looked a little nicer here at Holter, and I figured my first stream back with the new trolling motor, I'd go easy mode here. Smallmouth Joe, I'm not fishing, but I'll hit the whistle for you. Heck yeah, Joe. What's up, K-Hoddle? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Happy ass crack of dawn to y'all. Absolutely. Gotta figure out timing amongst chemo sessions and whether I fly or drive. Okay, Trip. Ah, that chemo, that shit's rough, man. What state are you out of again, Trip? I don't mind driving, but anything more than, man, 6 to 8 hours of driving in a day is just killer for me. All right, so we're gonna set the depth routing again here and go. Texas, okay. Yeah, that's a long drive, man. Been calling the fish whistle since 5:30 a.m. Well, you got a head start for us, K-Hod. All right. We can talk about things. I'm open. All right, Trip. Yeah, I'll give you a holler maybe on the ride home tonight or after I get home. If not, tomorrow. I just had a ridiculous week at work. Bill Thompson, good morning, Rod. How's that new trolling motor? Doing really good. I'm getting the hang of the contour following here, the depth nav. Hi from Moscow. What's up, S-Tech? Welcome to the stream. We're here in central Montana in the U.S. Yeah, you're welcome, Trip. What's up, buddy Morris? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with us today. We have 2 rods in the water, one on screen, one you can't see. We're running a couple of Hoochie rigs to start out with. Trying to see if we can get on to the Kokanee here. I think we're gonna have to go out into a slightly deeper water to find them. But I like to start most of my days in a more shallow troll pattern. And I work out into deeper water as the day goes on. What's up, Wyatt? Welcome to the stream. I caught a giant bass last night on a frog. Oh yeah, Wyatt? Heck yeah. I've never caught a big bass. Biggest smallie and largemouth I've ever caught was somewhere around the 2-pound mark. Not too big. But speaking of frog, when I loaded the boat in last night, there was this fat frog, bufo toad, I think they call them, on the boat ramp. I used to have one when I was a kid as a pet. Bass have been off beds here in Illinois. I've been smashing them on dark sleepers, 1/16 ounce, weedless swim jigs, heavy weeds here. Okay, K-Hud. Don't forget your rod leashes, bud. Thank you. We will get those on. Appreciate the reminder there, guys. All right, rods are leashed. We are not dropping any rods in the water today. Kokanee wanted real slow presentation with drag buckets. I could get 1.2 to 1.5 and still only got them with S turns. Okay. Yeah, we're running, what are we at? 1.4 miles an hour right now. We're running our main outboard as our kicker, and then we have the Lowrance Recon up front steering us. So I have a lot more control on speed, as well as I can, check this out, guys, I can get up and I can walk around the boat and I'm not gonna crash. I don't have to worry about where we're steering. Look, man, no hands. Adding the giant battery added about 85 pounds of weight up front here, and then I think the trolling motor is about 45 or 49. So we added some more weight up front, which makes the whole boat more stable. But the contour following allows me to not have to worry about steering for the most part. Stay Fishy Redmond, dinner. Yeah, we're trying to catch one. I want to take one kokanee home to make some fish tacos tonight or tomorrow. Sunscreen, Carl, yeah, I'll get some sunscreen on here shortly. Kokanee 1.8 to 1.4. How cold is it? Wyatt, if you type .weather or .w, Rodbot will tell you how cold it is. I want to say it's probably low 50s right now. I think it's supposed to get up into the 70s today, though. I've been researching a guy called Montana Tackle Company slays those salmon. Yeah, in fact, I just picked up about a month or so ago some lures from the Montana Tackle Company. I'm not sure where he fishes out of. I ran flashers, 3-foot leader to max wedding ring with maggots. Okay, so you're running behind a full, how big of a flasher? I don't run flashes as often as I run Dodgers. We're running a Moon Jelly Spade Dodger on the rod off screen with a Hoochie and pink maggots. And then the other line is a max flash, or excuse me, a baby Cowbell with a wedding ring and a Hoochie trailer on it. Timmy with the thumbs up. Thank you, Timmy. Good morning. Temperature 55 degrees, feels like 56. Gusts 2.8 miles an hour. Yeah, it's not bad. What's up, the average Viking? Welcome, welcome. Viking, you said yesterday in Kai's chat that you changed your name. What was your previous name? S-Tech, thanks for subbing and supporting the channel. Welcome to Wanna See My Rod. Small blades, like 2 foot long. We had different sets though. Okay. Yeah, I've got a bunch of flashers. I normally opt for a Dodger. The flashers I bought mainly for lake troll, or excuse me, for lake trout trolling. Ray Hubbard, okay, Ray. I recognize that. Bill, what depth were you finding them at? How deep bottom and how far down in the water column were you running? Is it always this cool in June? In the mornings, yeah. We're still. In fact, one of the places that I was looking at fishing tomorrow, Gibson, it's going to be snowing there today. So we didn't go to Gibson. My previous was my real name, Carl. CH Carl, I changed for privacy. Seems we got the same idea. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Got some weirdos online. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. We are still trying to get our first fish in the boat. Hopefully, we should get something here fairly shortly. 420, good morning everyone, how's it going? We are doing awesome. I do need to dig in my bag and try and find some aspirin or ibuprofen. I had a headache all night long, and it still has not completely gone away. What's up, Timmy? Welcome to the stream. I'm just trying to remember what the hell pocket in which bag I have them stuffed in. Showing 10 to 25 foot, most per cut were probably about 15 foot. Hayden Lake in Idaho. Okay, so you're fairly shallow bottom. I've been here for a couple minutes. Oh, all right, Timmy. Now, a lot of people come in, just hang out and don't say anything. That's all right. Y'all fish like you wanna. You're all welcome to just hang out or chat. We do have 2 rigs in the water right now. We're targeting a bunch of different species. Main target here today, I'm trying to get some kokanee in the boat. I want to get at least 1 kokanee so we can have some fish tacos tonight. But most trips that we fish here, rainbow trout is kind of the main fish that you catch. Every once in a while you'll pull a kokanee out, a walleye out, a pike out. I think Kai caught one yellow perch when he was here yesterday. If you catch something, I'll send Clap and Seal to congratulate. All right, Timmy. Good morning, Lee. I saw your your comment in the pre-chat. There are a bunch of people that showed up hours earlier that were talking to each other in the chat. It's cool to see. But we're out here for another marathon stream today. We got on the water just as the sun was rising. We will be leaving more than likely as the sun is setting. So we'll be out here a good 12 to 15 hours today. So get comfy. We're gonna catch some fish. Hopefully some big ones. Bong Donkey with the flow stay. What's up, Bong Donkey? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate the support. What do you guys think we're gonna catch first? Rainbow trout, kokanee, walleye, pike, perch? The last time I was here, I caught a freaking walleye accidentally like 100 yards from the boat ramp. I had a small crank on and I put it in the water and started letting it out, and then I looked over and realized that I wasn't getting the temperature and depth readout and all the fun stuff on my graph. So I set the pole down and closed the bail. There was like 30 feet of line out or less. And I turned around and was screwing with the graph, and pole blew up, and it was like a 22-inch walleye. Well, that's one way to start the day. Pike, heck yeah, I would love to catch a pike from here. Hey, what's up? Hey, WSD, welcome, welcome. I would think a walleye or rainbow. All right, Timmy. Yeah, I put the boat in last night for a few hours, and I caught like 5 rainbows. I was just messing with the trolling motor, trying to get it calibrated. And I had updated the firmware on it, but didn't update the firmware on the remote, so it was erroring and it was behaving all funky. And it took me like 2 hours to figure out how to update the damn firmware on here. For any of you guys that have a Lowrance or are thinking about getting a Lowrance Recon or the Lowrance Ghost, to update the firmware on the remote, update your firmware on the motor, stow it, turn it off, turn your remote on, and then turn the motor back on, and it'll automatically trigger the remote to update. It literally took me 2 hours to figure that out last night. The manual doesn't say it, like none of the online posts were saying. Everybody's like, oh, you gotta download it on an SD card, like all these complicated ass steps. Nope. Stow it, turn it off, turn the remote on, turn it back on, and it does everything it needs to. Joe, no, we're not snook fishing. This is a Holter Reservoir, freshwater, not salt. First trip out this year, we got an 8-pound Laker, and I was setting lines. Oh, nice. Next day was 3 kings and lost 5. Wow. Heck yeah, Carl. I really want to make it up to, I don't know if I'll do Flathead, but there's a handful of lakes around Flathead that I've been looking at that have Lakers and some sizable Lakers. Tally Lake, Whitefish Lake. I don't know, there's 2 or 3 others that are right in that general vicinity, right around Flathead. Sometime soon we'll be after the Lakers. Howdy, howdy. What's up, Eric Kitchell? Welcome, welcome. Seen a news clip that they're gonna do a documentary on Superior soon. They sent a drone down to check stuff out. Oh, that's cool, Viking. They always doing something on Superior. All right, fish. Let's get the show on the road here. Australian? No, I'm American. We're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. What's up, Real Outdoors 42? Bededrian. No, I just answered that. All right. Oh, I'm so happy to be out on the water. We've had a solid week of just pissing rain and wind, and it's just been nasty. So this is kind of the first break in the weather, decent break in the weather. That, and I've been waiting on parts for the damn trolling motor to install it. Waited a week for 2 damn lugs to connect my power wire to the switchable fuse. And they were supposed to show up Monday, then they didn't, and it got delayed like 3 times. And finally yesterday, when they still hadn't arrived, I cobbled it together with some wrong sized lugs. So it's working, but we will still have to cut those off and splice some proper sized ones on. Got the wind here this weekend, good time to catch up on the yard. Bill, I need to do the same. My yard looks like a jungle. I bought a tractor, like legit a tractor, and a ditch bank mower. So it's one of the ones you'll haul it behind. It's cuts with chains, kind of like a flail mower, but it articulates up and down and forward and back. And after I bought it, I realized that I didn't have enough freaking hydraulic ports on the tractor to control all the damn fancy movements for it. So I need to add more hydraulic ports to it so I can get all the functionality on it. But I have, between my property and the rental next door, it's almost 2 acres, and I've been mowing it for the past few years with a little push brush trimmer, like a DR trimmer. And it takes me like a solid week of like hours a day to mow that shit. It's and I've broken, I don't even want to count how much money worth of windows. I busted 2 windows on my house. I busted the back window out of my truck. I busted one of the panes of glass on my sliding glass door. Like, that damn thing just launches rocks, and every time I run it, I bust a new window. It's terrible. Last time I went on the boat, we had to end it early because something happened with the motor. That sucks, Timmy. Fishing for bluegill. Bad, no, there aren't bluegill in here. We're fishing for rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch, mountain whitefish. There's a whole bunch of different things in here. Ghostman, howdy, good morning from North Carolina. This is my first time tuning in. Went ahead and gave you a like and subscribe. Appreciate you, Ghostman. Welcome to the channel. We are streaming out here in central Montana. We fish all sorts of different water bodies, lakes, rivers, streams, ponds, a little bit of everything. We do marathon streams here. That's kind of our shtick. Typically, when you see me streaming, we're out here for anywhere from 12 to 15 plus hours. Mostly trolling. We will be doing, now that I have spot lock, after I figure out how to use spot lock, we'll be doing some more jigging and stuff like that. But welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Pike is delicious. Yeah, pike is my favorite fish to eat. Temperature 55, feels like 56. Gusts to 3.8. But we're fishing over about 25-foot bottom right now. We're running our lead core rigs with lake troll and wedding ring on this side, and then whoa, fish on, fish on! Oh, did we lose it? No, he's still there. It's just a little guy. Fish on, guys. Oh, this one, he's jumping out of the water back there. Oh shit, I think we lost him. He's just blasting out of the water back here. It might still be on there. Yeah, we got something on there still. I don't know if it's just a little guy. Oh, whoa! Oh, come on. Spicy little trout here. If we can get him in the boat. All right. Fish numero uno in the boat. We got a pretty little stalker rainbow. Oh, party foul. Oh, all right. Oh, all right. This one does not want to be shown. Before we murder him, we're going to get him back in the water. Little stalker. Off she goes. Man, that was a spicy trout. I don't know how I didn't drop that one, other than, of course, dropping it off the hook. It was spicy. All right. Well, we got the skunk out. Now let's catch a big fish. So what we just caught that off of, we're running a moon jelly lake troll, or excuse me, moon jelly dodger, spade dodger. Then we have about a 20-inch leader. We're running a hand-tied Hoochie rig, and I just got these. I forget what the hell they're called. It's a little disc that goes in front that imparts some action to it. But that was on pink gulp maggots is what we were tipped with on that one. Suddenly the hazelnut tree will strike carefully. What's up, AH? Josh Reeling, welcome to the channel. No, appreciate the gift. I missed a gift. Ice broken. Wow, great hands on that one, Rod. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, them little trout, man, they are just so freaking energetic. Once they get a little bit bigger, they're not so damn erratic. But them little ones, when they're, you know, like 16 inches or less, they are some of the feistiest little damn fish. All right, let's get this guy back out in the water. So just a Hoochie rig tipped with pink gulp maggots. All right, god damn it. Wrapped around the tip of the pole. Get out of here. Oh, got a fish on the, damn it. Hold on, I'm coming, buddy. Is he still, oh, he's still there. Fish on, fish on. Fish number 2. No, I think we lost him. Dang it. No, he's still there. I just set the fish down. My bad. We still got him. This is on our lake troll with our wedding ring. Feels like another little trout. We're at about 35 foot of line still. Oh. Oh, stay on there. Stop it. All right, another little rainbow, pretty one. Again, this one was off of the Hoochie as well. Just another little shaker. Let's get this one back in the water and get our lines back out. We are not keeping any rainbow today. So for those of you guys who are familiar with the channel, you see me run these all the time. It's a hand-tied wedding ring. So I've changed, I changed it up a little bit today. It's a single wedding ring and I added an extra long trailer on the end. And I'm actually running a Hoochie with a max flat, or a max spinner on the end of it. So it's actually 2 rigs in one. Figured the second one, the micro Hoochie's a little bit smaller presentation. So we'll give them a little bit, something big and a little bit smaller. A couple of things to bite at. All right. Not too shabby. 2 bites, 2 fish landed. Good start to the day. Give me a sec, let me get these lines back out and then I will catch up on chat. And you'll notice that I'm not scrambling. I have not touched the steering wheel in 20 minutes. The new fish trolling motor is putting in some work here. Fish on, fish on. Spicy start, heck yeah. Good morning from Mississippi. What's up, Jake Hudson? Wiggle fin disc. There you go, PG Cuddy. Thank you. Get 'em, bite is on this morning. Yeah, I had a good start so far. Where is this? Blah, welcome to the stream. Caden, this is Central Montana, Holter Lake. Got my boat out. First time in 2 years last Sunday, ran great. Trolled spinner rigs for walleye, booted 15 walleye and 4. Hell yeah, man. We can maybe try and do some spinners on, where are you going, boat? Oh, try some, maybe some bottom bouncers and worm harness a little later today. We do now have the trolling motor. Jimmy, how deep of water were you catching them in? The water temperature here has warmed up quite a bit, 63.5 at the surface. Oh, heck yeah, what a good start to the morning. 2 fish landed so far, 2 about 15, 16-inch rainbows. We are targeting today rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch, mountain whitefish. There's a whole myriad of different species in here. And for those of you guys just joining or that have been here before and heard me talk about it, we are running today our fancy new Lowrance Recon trolling motor. We got that bad boy wired up. We're running our I was calling it Vader, but I've heard a couple of people pronounce it Vader. It's a 200 amp hour, 24 volt lithium battery. It's about 90 pounds of battery sitting right there. Paired with our Lowrance HDS10 Pro. And we are still running the Elite FS9 over here. Brought to you by Starlink satellite. We're spending the big bucks to broadcast the stream here to you guys today. And again, we're running one rod out that's the rod that you guys are looking at, and then we have one identical on the other side. These are just extra rods. Those ones are not in the water. Here in Central Montana, in lakes, reservoirs, and ponds, you're allowed 2 poles with 2 hooks per person. So we are taking full advantage of that. All right, quit rattling, goddammit. Are you gonna keep any fish? Bad, yeah, if we catch a kokanee today, I will probably keep a kokanee to bring home for some fish tacos. Wow, so scenic, yeah, isn't it pretty here? God, you guys should have seen the sunset here last night, so gorgeous. Hey, buddy. Hello, chat. What's up, KD Kayak Dangler? Welcome, welcome. What a great setup. Thanks, KD. Yeah, I've had this boat, I think, 4 years now. And we have been incrementally upgrading, tweaking, dialing it in. We are almost set up. There's a few more things I'd like to do to it. I need some better lighting for night. I need a good spotlight so I can see when I'm trying to dock. Everybody I see night fishing out here the past couple of seasons, everybody's got green lights underwater on the side of the boat. They have like 2 or 3 like bright ass underwater green lights. And I feel like maybe I need to get on the green light wagon here. I don't know. I was catching them about 8 foot of water, 14 foot of water right along the weed line. I don't use bottom bouncers. 2 1/8 split shot sinkers. Okay. So you're super shallow right on the weed line. That makes sense. Where's the slide synthesizer and mixer board preamp? Ain't none, right? At this point, I feel like maybe we should just go ahead and bite the bullet and add that. I'll let you know, Anon. Caden, what is that? A fish 4-leaf, fish floor 4-leaf. We're in about 20 foot of water right now, 20 foot bottom. Where the Recon has a autopilot feature on it, depth contour follow, so I have the contour set to follow approximately 20 to 23 foot bottom. It doesn't stay exactly in the band, it stays pretty close so far. Fish luck, all right, Caden. Caught my first double-digit largemouth last weekend. Oh, heck yeah, Connor, congrats. I've caught a 2-pound largie. That's my biggest largemouth I've ever caught. Not quite double digits. Double pounds, more than 1 pound. But I'm still figuring out the trolling motor here. I've been toying around with this depth follow, contour follow, and it's neat. So again, if you guys have never run a trolling motor, so I've just got it set 20 to 23 feet. It marks on the map that band, and each of these yellow dots is a checkpoint. So they're a waypoint. So it goes to the first yellow dot, then it turns, goes to the second yellow dot, but I don't have to control anything. It's just up there doing its own thing. Pretty sweet. It did try to crash me once yesterday, though. It was not cool. Still a great fish. Rod, do you have a P.O. box we can mail you lures to? Jimmy, I don't, but I was looking the other day on getting one. So it's like $8 a month for just like a letter-sized P.O. box. And there was a note on there that said that they have package lockers, that if the packages arrive and won't fit in your P.O. box, they put it in a package locker for you. So I need to go in and talk to them and see if I could just get the $8 a month one. And then if packages arrive, they'll put them somewhere that it won't fit, that I could grab them from. Because otherwise the like bigger ones that packages can actually fit in are like 30 to 40 bucks a month, and I don't want to drop 40 bucks a month. But I'll let you know, Jimmy, if and when I do get one. I'll post something on my community page and or my Discord. But yeah, I've had a handful of people ask me if I have one, so maybe I should just go ahead and get one. Holy crap, 52 thumbs up already. Y'all are awesome. Hope you guys are enjoying the morning so far. We'll be out here marathon streaming. We'll be out here probably till sunset, 9-10 p.m. So we have another 15 hours or so of trolling. I do need to stay. Somebody remind me at 11 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, or about at 30 minutes before then, we gotta head back to the boat launch. I gotta run up to the campsite and pack up my frickin' tent and all the crap and throw it in the back of my truck and move my truck. Because checkout for the campsites are 11 a.m. And I didn't feel like packing everything in the truck this morning at 4 o'clock when I woke up, so. It's a sweet trolling motor. Yeah, it's one of the more feature-rich ones that's on the market right now. They just came out with them, I think, last year. And it pairs up real nice with the Lowrance graphs. I can control everything from the graph unit itself or from the remote here. Tie all my own spinner rigs myself. Nice, Jimmy. Yeah, I've been tying most of the worm harnesses, the Hoochie rigs. Anyone with a couple of hooks, fishing line, and some beads can make a spinner. Yeah, David, we got the bow mount running. I've showed it a couple of times, but we'll spin her back around. Give you guys a close up here. So it's Lowrance Recon. It took me a while to figure out how to. You got this stupid lip here, and this thing needs to sit so there's an 1.5 inch gap. So I had to stack up some HDPE to get it up over there. And we have this custom mounting bracket that I built. And then we have a quick release bracket. And we got the wires run down. I just got a cable runner with some Velcro. Double-sided tape Velcro, and ran both the power and network cable down. And then we are run through the wall there underneath the bow. We got wiring run cleanly up through here. And we got 200 amp hour Vader 24 volt battery. And wired into our panel there. And it's all being run with the HDS10. Right now we're in contour trolling mode. It's pretty sweet. I am still running the outboard basically as my kicker. So we're essentially just using the trolling motor to steer. If I shut off the outboard, I don't get any charge. And these two graphs and the stream phone just absolutely eat my battery alive. Looks clean, good job on the wire. Thanks, Lee. Yeah, that was the final part, was getting the wiring figured out. It went together good though. All right, you got the trolling motor on the boat. Hell yeah, heck yeah, Jimmy. We got her running. We're set up. What's up, Kagan? Hey, dude, how are you? Doing awesome, Kagan. How are you? We've caught 2 fish so far this morning. We're looking for numero 3 over here. Hopefully we'll get one a little bit bigger. I always cringe when I see the price of nice electronics and motor. Oh yeah, the cost on this new setup is obscene. Between the trolling motor, the HDS10 Pro, the battery, all of the components to wire it all together is about $7 grand. Yeah, you don't need any of this to troll. You really don't. I mean, you guys have been watching me for this whole last year troll just straight with the jet outboard. But it does make it nice. Again, I don't, my steering wheel for the outboard is set straight, and the trolling motor, it does the rest. I can get up, I can wander around, and thus far it hasn't crashed me into anything. Can you change the temperature in Celsius? I don't know the other one. Bad, No, not currently. I will think about adding that. Last time out we nailed walleye and cranks. Sundown was best at 7 foot. Man, that is so shallow. You're just casting and or spot locked or anchored and casting, right? Or are you trolling in 7 foot of water? Amount of time you put out there makes it worth it. Absolutely, blah. And that's what I said to myself to justify it. For as much time as I spend fishing and as much time as I spend trolling, and as much time as I bitch about not having a trolling motor, it was worth it. The batteries alone are insane. Yeah. This battery at 900 bucks, I think. It was on sale too. It's normally a $1,500 battery. Pretty smart, my brother. That's a lot of work. Wouldn't know where to start. Great job. Oh, MD, man, this day and age with the internet, YouTube, tutorials, AI, you can figure out how to do anything. You just got to sit down and put the time in to read and research and wrap your head around it. But I appreciate you. Celsius to Fahrenheit, double and plus 30, not exact, but close enough. I've never heard that, Custard. Does that work out fairly close? Double and add 30. I mean, I guess 32 is freezing versus 0. Double and add 30. No trolling. I never cast. Okay. Sent Laughing Disco. What's up, Patrick? Appreciate that. Look at this freaking tree hanging out the side of the mountain here. Hold on. I don't think it's still alive, but it's just like hanging on. Like one root is hanging into the side of the mountain and it's just like poking out sideways. That's crazy. Let's give you guys a quick pan around. Give you guys a shot of the scenery here. Holter Lake is absolutely gorgeous. This is one of the prettier lakes we fish at in central Montana. We launched out of the Log Gulch boat launch here today. We're headed up towards, up here is basically the Missouri River section. It kind of winds through the canyon. Up here, that's called Split Rock. That rock sticking off there. So that's where we're headed, is up past Split Rock. But I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. I feel like it's going to be a good day out here. King Kai was out here yesterday with Searsy Poo. They had a bit of a slow day. They caught a few fish. They caught a really nice fat rainbow. Couple of rainbows and I think a yellow perch. They were struggling a little bit. So I don't know. The bite seems decent so far. We've put 2 fish in the boat in less than an hour. That's why I watch your channel. You troll cranks. Yeah, I love trolling cranks. Today we will get some cranks out. In fact, what time is it? 6:29, 6:30. Let's say in 1 hour we're gonna swap out one of these rigs, and I'll let you guys pick what we run. Probably a crankbait. But I'll let you guys pick from a variety of different crankbaits. What have you been catching them on, David? What kind of cranks are you running? Patrick Galla, appreciate the gift. Gold coin, thank you, Patrick. Appreciate the support, y'all. Any and all donations, super chats, memberships to the Rod Squad, all that just goes to help pay for the ever increasingly expensive Starlink Mini. They just jacked up the monthly rate on that to 175 bucks a month. So any donations you guys give to the channel just goes to help pay for the Starlink Mini. Out of sync, is it? Hold on. All right, are we dub mode? Dave Hensel with the dot roaches. Flicker shad and Shields brand bad shad. Okay, David. I don't have any of the bad shads. I got a whole box full of flickers though. Most of them I think are size 7s. I think I might have 1 or 2 size 5s. Do you know what size you're using? Wesley with the happy poop. Appreciate the gift and the support there, Wes. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. You're a very interactive host. Not a lot of fishing channels provide as much information and the satisfaction of a clear pole view. Cade, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I agree. I try. If you guys hang out in fishing lives, you'll probably see me hop through a lot of the different fishing lives. I love fishing live streams, and that is one of the downsides of a lot of the fishing channels. Is oftentimes people want the camera to follow them, not forget that we're here to fish, not look at my ugly mug. I try and stay in the frame so you guys can see not just a pole, but that's the biggest thing. Is I think interacting with the audience is key for live streaming. People are here to not just watch the pole, but talk and learn about fishing or share, helpful, tips on fishing. And you can't do that if you're not engaging with the audience. So I appreciate you pointing that out. What do you fish for? No crappie in here, M-Tiger, after rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch, and mountain whitefish. There's a whole bunch of different things in here. So far today, in the first hour, we've caught 2 rainbow trout, somewhere between 14 and 16 inches, just a couple of little shakers. Main target today, what I would like to catch is at least 1 Kokanee salmon so I can take it home and put it in my belly. I was trying to catch one last night. I brought stuff because I camped out here last night. I was gonna do some fish tacos, and I caught 5 rainbow last night. And I don't care for rainbow trout. So we're trying to catch a kokanee so I can eat the damn thing. But I'd be happy with any of those species. How deep is that lake? Deepest part I think is somewhere between 120 and 130 feet deep. Right now we're contour following with the trolling motor. We're at anywhere between like 20 and 25 foot depth. And our rigs are run at about 10 to 15 foot depth above bottom. Or 10 to 15 foot depth. I fish here in Northern California for German browns. We use fresh shad with downrigger or lead. Okay. Yeah, we're running a lead core right now. And I have 2 Hoochie rigs or 1 wedding ring. One's behind a lake troll, the other one's behind a moon jelly dodger, and we've caught 1 on each so far. Bite is on here, but ramp has become an issue with low water levels. Oh, damn, David, you're running into low water already? See, I was struggling with that last year at Pishkin, couple of water bodies. Late season here, so many of the places that I fish are irrigation reservoirs, and the water levels fluctuate dramatically. Fat fish just jumped right in front of the boat. Look like a trout. I ended up, I've made 1 mod to the trailer so far that helped out. So my springs on the boat trailer, instead of, they have overstrung and understrung. So you mount your axle, right? And normally most of them come overstrung. So your leaf spring sits on top of the axle. I actually switched it to go under the axle. And it dropped the back end of my trailer down 3.5, almost 4 inches, which has definitely aided in getting the boat on and off the trailer in shallower water. I don't have to back my boat down as deep. I bought some bunk rollers. They ended up being a foot, 18 inches too short. I need something that's like 6.5 to 7 foot, and these were like 5. So having them on rollers, I think, would help. And then what I'm gonna also do is build SoCal calls it the Kongdung 3000, basically a hitch extension. So it will be, a steel tube, square tube with a hitch ball on the end of it that I can push into my truck, and anywhere from like 4 to 6 foot long. And I'm only going to use it for loading and unloading. I'm not going to haul it with it, but I'm going to build probably like a 6 foot hitch extension, essentially, so I can get the boat further out in the water without having to back my truck down and sink my bumper. Ice Stooge, welcome to the channel. I appreciate you subbing. Casey, best fisherman on YouTube. Hey, good morning, Dave James. I appreciate you. How you doing today, Dave? Legal here to keep landlocked salmon. Oh, really, Cade? Yeah, they could be tricky to catch here, the kokanee, but they're really good eating. Run flasher boards for salmon over there. Wes, I've run flashers. I've never had great luck around here on flashers. Normally the most productive is Dodger, like a Dodger Hoochie combo, which is what we're running on this line over here. Though occasionally I will catch them on a, like the lake troll and the wedding ring that's running on this side. I've also caught them on, what the hell are they called? Like Brad's kokanee cut plugs. They're like little, almost like a thin fish. It's a little plug that opens up, and you could put either meat inside or corn inside. They're basically little crankbaits, just little micro ones, probably 2 inches. They'll bite on a handful of things. You just gotta find them. I do have a bunch of flashers. Normally the flashers I run for lake trout, not for kokanee. Cook the trout with mayo and foil makes it less fishy tasting. I'm Tiger, I've never tried that. I might have to try that out. So much better with the trolling motor steering setup. It's sweet. Yeah, you'll notice I don't even, we're so close to the shore right now and I haven't touched the steering wheel in almost an hour. It is awesome concept. Are you using your new motor? Can I see it? Yeah, Dave. Let me catch up on chat, Dave. I'll show you in just a moment. Caught my biggest rainbow yesterday, 10.58 pounds, 27 inches. Bryson, that is a tank, dude. Biggest rainbow I've ever caught was a little over 5 pounds. I would love to catch a fat one like that. Do you have pike down there? Boro, yeah, there are some fat pike that come out of this water body. They're a pretty rare catch. Not a super common catch. But 20 to 30 pound pike come out of here. Fishing time. What's up, Born 22? She was a tank, biggest salmon in Alaska. Hell yeah. All the big German browns that I've caught, I've been 40 feet to 50 foot deep. I have one that was 13 pounds. Wow, MD. Tell me you got it on a spoon. 20 pound brown on a Rod's community page, 15 pound walleye. Yeah, Carl catches some fat fish. Power bait. Bryson, no shit, you caught a tank on power bait. Are you tethered up? Dave, yes we are, thank you. Somebody reminded me earlier. Sand and debris on what's left of concrete popped my tire and trailer. Oh, dear Lord, man. That's rough. Chartreuse, nice. Even hit Lakers and Kings last weekend. Heck yeah, good idea. Best fisherman on YouTube. Thanks, Bowden. I appreciate y'all. I'm glad you guys enjoy the stream. I love taking you guys out fishing. Look at how close we are to this damn wall, and I'm not even looking at anything. I'm just checking. We're over 22 foot bottom. The trolling motor, the contour following, is not wrecked us into anything yet, so knock on wood. Yeah, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. Yeah, we're like 15 feet off the shore. I literally could flick my cigarette butt on the bank over there. Not that I'm going to. They all go in the trash can. But we're that close. And the contour follow feature on the trolling motor is doing it. All right, Dave, we'll show you the... Yes, Carl, I need sunscreen. We're gonna give... Dave asked to see the trolling motor. Lowrance Recon, we got her mounted up on the bow here. We got the 60 inch. It's a little, you'll notice how much of it's sticking up above the boat. I got a bigger model, the 60-inch, in prep for a bigger boat at some point in the, probably not near future, but sometime in the future. Least was eating fresh walleye for 4 meals. Need more now? Heck yeah, David. Yeah, I've only caught 1 walleye so far this year, and that one was an accident. A pure and utter fluke. Hopefully we can catch one today. All right, trolling motor, you're getting us awfully close to the rocks here. Do not crash us. We are close enough now that I could literally hop from the boat over to the shoreline. I would get wet, but... Oh, we're gonna... Look at this tree hanging over here. Almost lost my pole to a tree. All right, contour follow. That was a little sketchy. Walleye are hard to get consistently catch for a fish because they do usually 18 inches plus. Nice. Marbs with the flow state, I appreciate that. How you doing, Marbs? Clyde said cool. I've done most of my salmon fishing in Lake Michigan, always wondering what it was like out there in Montana. Yeah, so we have 3 species of salmon here in Montana. The Kokanee salmon, which is a landlocked sockeye. We have coho, that I don't know what the sea run version is, and then we have Chinook, and I don't remember offhand what the sea run version of that is. Coho and Chinook, I think, are mostly in eastern Montana. Kokanee are stocked in a ton of different water bodies around Montana. Holter has one of the best populations of them that I'm aware of. It produces some of the biggest kokanee in the state. In fact, this water body produces some of the biggest kokanee in the Pacific Northwest. We're over about 20-foot bottom right now. It's what you see right here is it's just kind of a sheer drop off. So we're running contour follow right now in 15 to 20 foot, or excuse me, 20 to 23 foot bottom. And it's been pretty good about keeping us fairly close. What's the water clarity like? We always have kind of a green tinge. There's always an algal bloom in this particular water body. So I wouldn't say clear, but I would say moderate clarity. Probably 10 to 12 foot of visibility. Your trolling motor might make the decision when you get a new boat. Maybe. I'm blessed to live next to Premier Walleye Fishery Tournament every weekend somewhere close in June. Every weekend, geez. I know that the big tourney here in Montana at Tiber was last weekend. And they pulled out, the top 3 or 4 teams, I think, pulled out record-sized bags again this year. I think the top 2 teams both averaged over 14 pound average, which is just absolutely insane. So out of, you know, 10 fish is the bag, and they were, you know, 140, 150 pound bags. No, A-Dog, I have not had, I've had a really busy week. Are the Kokanee salmon a lean fish or fatty fish? So I've caught a lot of sockeye in Lake Michigan and Wisconsin side, and they were all pretty lean. There's not a lot of fat on them. Really like ruby red, like orange to like ruby red meat. They're quite good. Let's go, Rod. Hey, Bob. Welcome, welcome. Backyard Pond said hi. What's up, Backyard? 116 people in here. Holy crap. Welcome, everybody. Excuse me, I'm dying over here. We're fishing here in central Montana today. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. This is kind of my home away from home. This is probably one of my most fished water bodies in the region. It tends to be one of the few places that when everywhere else is windy, Halter and Hauser are fairly decent. Look at these crazy trees growing off the side of the cliff here. They're like giant bonsai trees. Look at these roots. We need to go to Fort Peck and target kings. Yeah, I've never fished Peck before. This year I would love to make it out that way. It's like a 5-ish hour drive for me. So to do a trek like that, I would probably want to do like a tour, you know, a 3-day weekend maybe, and fish it. But yeah, it's on. I plan on hopefully making it out to Fort Peck sometime this year. I'm nothing so hard because I'm holding a fishing rod, right? Zach, I don't understand what you mean, but welcome to the stream. Rod, good morning, brother. What's up, Edward? Combat FFS, one local tournament, had no fish over 25-inch rule this year. Interesting. Yeah, so all those fat bags at the Tiber tournament, they're all forward-facing sonar. You can look, when you look through the standings, you can tell forward-facing sonar, 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 and then you can see like a clean break in the fields where not sonar, not sonar, not sonar. And the people who aren't using sonar, they're averaging 14-pound average fish size bags. They're averaging like 3. So it's, I mean, it's incredible how much of a difference in the field there is between folks that are using forward facing and that aren't. I mean, I have nothing against it, but I think for tournament, I don't know, I honestly think that for the tournaments they should disallow it. You know, if you want to go out and fish with forward facing sonar, great. But anymore to be competitive in the tournaments, if you don't have it, you're not going to win. I mean, it's just, you're not. And I think that is an unfair advantage because a lot of people just can't afford it. And a lot of people, even if they could, they don't want it. But I don't fish tournaments, so I mean, it's neither here nor there. That's true, turn fishing into a video game. Cool, good to see you on the water again. Hey Ted, welcome, welcome. Yeah, like I said, I have nothing against forward-facing sonar. It's cool-ass technology. I'd love to play around with it. I'd love to get one so I could watch and see what the hell's going on behind the boat. It'd be kind of cool to watch the fish come in and smack stuff. But for the tournament, like I don't know. Anyways, we'll not gripe on that. What's the biggest fish that you've caught? Samantha, my biggest fish I've ever caught, landed, weighed, measured, 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. I've had fish substantially bigger than that on my line next to the boat, to the shore. But if I don't get them in the net and get a picture of it, and look how freaking close we are. We're at 28-foot bottom right here. But yeah, if I don't actually get them, you know, in the net and a picture and measured, then they don't count. Ted, welcome to the Rod Squad. I appreciate your support there. Helping kids fish for kids fishing tournaments are more fun than adult tournaments. If you ask me, adults bring too much money and competition to take the fun out. Bryson, I think that's a really good point. I fish for fun. It's fun, you know, to have, you know, friendly competition with buddies you're out fishing with. But once money starts coming into it and people start cheating and like taking shit way too seriously, you lose the fun of what is fishing. Marking any fish? Yeah, there's quite a few fish. Most of it's in the top like 5 to 10 foot of the water column. We are coming in and out this contour follow gives us kind of, so there's some bigger stuff down in these holes, but there's a bunch of bullshit in the top 10 foot of the water column. 15, 20, so I mean those are probably little trout. All right, so a question for y'all. Anybody use a Lowrance Recon or a Lowrance Ghost? I have it on the contour following feature, and every time we pass one of these dots, the waypoints, this is the contour that it's following. Every time it reaches a new dot, it pops up saying we reached a destination. Do we want to stop or continue? Is there a way to frickin' get rid of that so it doesn't pop up every time? If you know, let me know. I can't seem to figure out how to make it stop harassing me. If I just ignore it, it continues on dot, dot, dot through each of the waypoints. But it's kind of annoying to have to hit that button every 2 minutes. Just hunting fish, no cast, big zone. Right, David? Yeah, it's completely different. There, you're picking the fish you're trying to catch. Dylan, we're in central Montana. Keep it simple, keep it fun, right, Wes? Should I wish? Striper and sturgeon fish. Went to my spots before. I never grafted for fish. I caught a lot of fish without it, but I use fish finder now. It works a lot better. Yeah, the fish finder, again, I'm not, like I said, I'm not against technology. You see, I have technology here. We're using, you know, down scan, side scan. It helps you find the general area of where the fish are, gives you, you know, how deep shit is. But we're not actually, I can't point to a fish on the graph and say, I'm gonna catch that one. I mean, I could, but I'd be talking out my butthole. Look like you're having fun not steering the boat. Oh yeah, I can do this. I can get up on the seat and dance a little jig. It is so nice. This contour follow is the shit. It hasn't wrecked me yet. I suspect it gets me real close to stuff, which is a little sketchy. But thus far it has not snagged me on anything. We haven't crashed into the rocks. Good morning, Mia. Where are you fishing? Backyard. This is Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system in central Montana. Walla. Oregon holds world record kokanee, 9.67 pounds, 27 inches. Nice, messenger. Type dot record space Oregon space kokanee. I want to see when it was caught. What's up, backyard? 420, I'm back, currently at work. Oh, it's all right, 420, we'll be here all day, buddy. You know how we do. How's work going for you? Lawrence does that too whenever I reach a waypoint. Not sure how to turn it off. Okay. Yeah, it's just annoying because I'm going waypoint to waypoint to waypoint to waypoint. So every, you know, 30 to 60 seconds, it pops back up and it's pretty annoying. What's up, Rob? Blast the fish whistle, bring them in. Yeah, well, it's about that time. Northwest PA firewood trying to ban everything in Oregon. Yeah, I've heard the stupid PETA stuff they're trying to pass there. It'll never go through, but somebody type dot record space Oregon space kokanee or Kokanee salmon. Kokanee. What are you using for bait? We are running the bait, what we're actually tipping everything with is pink gulp maggots right now. We'll probably switch. I have night crawlers, I have shoe peg corn, I have leeches. But the first two fish that we've caught have been caught off of tiny little pink gulp maggots. We're running one behind a lake troll and a wedding ring, and the other rig we have moon jelly spade dodger followed by a hoochie. The new trolling motor will help with the noise and smoke you're dealing with. JV Joe, so I am still running the outboard. I'm running the outboard as a kicker right now. The reason for that is I have so many electronics on this boat right now that I absolutely bleed my battery at a very fast pace. Running the outboard kicks a little bit of charge back into the battery. So we're actually running the outboard just to get some juice flowing back into our battery. So that basically sets our base speed, and then I'm using the trolling motor more for steering than anything else. If we spot lock or something like that, you know, I will shut off the outboard. But I'm running it basically as a kicker right now. A beer and a blunt on the water fishing like that would be beautiful. Heck yeah, old Uncle Dan. It's a good way to relax, buddy. Caught in 2010, Ron Campbell, Pendleton, my buddy. Oh, nice, Messenger. You know him. 13th, 2010 is when it was caught in Oregon. Jeremiah, almost. No, you don't, just dot record space Oregon space Kokanee. You don't need a dot in front of each of the words. Justin, welcome to the stream. Oh, here comes the sun. Look at that, look at the color that just popped in. It's like all drab and now everything's all, look at that green. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's got spot lock, contour follow. It's the Lowrance Recon. It's one of the most feature robust trolling motors that's on the market. All right, Nightbot's responding. Nightbot only does Montana. Where the hell's Rodbot? Come on, Rodbot. Oh, Rodbot, nobody's typed a command in a while. Rodbot, I think, is sleeping. It should respond sometime within the next 60 seconds or so. Yeah, our Kokanee here, 26.8 inches, 7.85 pounds. Give Rodbot a second there. What's going on, Rodbot? Come on. What's the game score? We have 2 rainbows so far. Yeah, Nightbot is broken. I'm trying to get rid of Nightbot and replace it with Rodbot, but hold on. Mia, type .ping, P-I-N-G. Mia, are you still home? Go over to my laptop. On the left-hand screen, the very most left-hand tab is Rodbot. Open that up and click on the logs button and see if it says anything. There's no way we ran out of quota already. Rodbot is a YouTube chatbot that I built that I am trying to replace Nightbot with. What's up, Redacted? Welcome, welcome. I was way behind in the live. In fact, let me I can open it on my cell phone here. Let me see what the hell is going on with Rodbot here. What's up, SWC Florida? All right, let me see here. Are you targeting rainbows today? Might as well lean into them. Rainbow, brown, kokanee, pike, walleye. We're targeting whatever the hell wants to bite. We've caught 2 rainbows so far. What I would like to catch today is 1 nice kokanee to take home to eat. Yeah, we're headed up to a spot that we're headed up to the creek that flows into the Missouri up here. It's going to take us a couple hours to probably troll up that far. But there's some good walleye spots up there. Yeah, Rodbot's not responding right now. I'm unsure what... Hold on. I'm still trying to log in here. There it is, freaking 10 years later. All right, Rodbot is awake. Channel catfish, 35.18 pounds, 38.75 inches. John Smith, the most generic name ever. Colstrip Surge Pond, 35 pounds. Rodbot's having a safety meeting. Anyway, you can explain what baits you're using and how you get them to the depth you prefer. Yeah, Justin, so in fact, let's bring up one of the rigs to check the bait on it, being as we haven't been bit in a while here, and I will show you. So we're running today the Akuma Classic Pro GLT trolling rods. These are the planer board series. It's a 1-piece telescoping rod, so it's 8'6" and collapses down to 7'6". So nice to get when you're running more than 2 rods. These would be, you know, your outside rods, nice and long. But when you're fishing on a 16-foot boat like I am, handling an 8'6" rod or longer can be tough. So being able to collapse it down a foot makes it so much more manageable. It's paired with the Akuma Cold Water A series. They just came out with these last year. Excellent reels. We're running Suffix 832 Advanced lead core line. This is 27-pound test. And we run lead core line. It's one of the variations of how I troll to get down to depth. For every 30 foot of line that you let out, for every color, you get about 5 to 7 foot of dive depth for every 1.5 miles an hour you're running. So if I want to run my rig down at 20 feet, I'm going to let out, you know, 3 to 4 colors. 90 foot to 120 foot of line, and that will bring a presentation that would typically be, this is why we're not getting bit. There's a whole bunch of floating debris in here right now, weeds, so that is fouling up our presentation for sure. Let's go ahead and get these cleaned off. But what we're running here at the end of our lead core line is a bunch of stuff. It looks complicated, it's really not. Everything serves a purpose. So because we're running lead core line, it's braid. It has 0 stretch to it, like mono or fluoro would have. So to give it some stretch, we run something called a snubber. It's basically like an elastic band. Like a bungee cord inline that gives you a bit of stretch, so when you're fighting fish, they're not pulling against something that doesn't have any give to it. Behind that, we're running what's called a lake troll or a pop troll. Depending on where you're from, where you live, they call them different things. It's actually a Lure Jensen baby cowbell in hammered brass that we're picking the weeds off of right now. And what this does is it acts as an attractant. These blades spin in the water, they create a flash, they create a vibration, they create a thump, 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 and it draws fish in. So it's just purely an attractant. There's 4 blades on this. This itself, because it's got some weight, some drag to it, this by itself will drop you down to about 2 to 3 foot the water column usually. Behind that, we're running another snubber. Because this creates so much drag, you need more squishiness. You don't technically need this one. I've been experimenting with 2 snubbers instead of 1. This one for this setup is the difference between, oh, why did our depth routing just kick out? Come on now, don't do that. Our contour following just crapped out for some reason. All right, so we have a snubber, second snubber, and we're running a fluorocarbon leader. These are just hand tied. I use quite heavy, 30-pound Suffix Advanced fluorocarbon for my leaders. People are like, whoa, that's really heavy. It is. Most people troll for trout with like 8-pound, not 30. But because we're in a multi-species water body, and because I also very much hate losing big fish, I oversize all my gear. I don't run with anything less than 25-pound test on any of my rigs. Most of my worm harness rigs that I tie up, you have a chance of pike biting at them, big walleye biting at them, fat kokanee. I would rather run oversized rigging than undersized. And this is just a hand-tied worm harness rig that I tie up. It's a wedding ring with a little brass blade. And we're just tipping these with gulp maggots, and they have some attractant in there. There's some anise, garlic, vanilla, and also shrimp. And we've been running these out about 2 colors, so 60 foot, that's getting us down to about 10 to 12 foot of dive depth. Just put some photos of that giant rainbow in your community. Heck yeah, Bryson, I will check it out. All right, Rodbot is awake if you guys wanted to look up other state records. Ignore Nightbot, just look at Rodbot's response. Mike Yort, appreciate you sending the 100, thank you. Mike with the floating heart. Mike with the gold coin. You've ever trolled with a watermelon dodger with the Apex? That's what we catch kokanee on. I think I have a watermelon dodger, I think. I don't think I've ever used it. It's brand new in the package. And I did just get some Apex, what are they, the Apex Trout Killers? I've never run them yet. Landlocked just means they can't reach the ocean, right. They do love shoe peg corn. Yeah, I ran, a lot of people catch them off corn. I do have some white shoe peg corn as well. And in fact, when we bring this one in, we might throw corn on this one just for the hell of it. But let's bring in both of our lines here. If one of them was fouled, they're both probably fouled. Somebody remind me every 30 minutes or so if we don't get bit to check our lines and make sure we're not fouled up with a bunch of weeds. Oop. All right. This one's not as bad. So we're running on this one a moon jelly dodger, spade dodger. I forget who makes these ones. And then a hand-tied Hoochie. And I forget what the hell these things are called again. It gives it a little bit of a waggle. Whoa. All right, trolling motor is screwing up and is trying to deep six us here. Our contour follow just tried to push us into the bank. I don't know what happened there. And we're probably gonna snag this rig. That's awesome. Hold on. All right. Thankfully, we weren't too deep with that one yet. I don't know what the hell the trolling motor just did there. Hold on. Appreciate the gold coin there, Bill. All right, back to our Hoochie rig here. I am going to get a piece of shoe peg corn on each of these as well. We'll double up on this one. And again, it's shoe peg corn, and I have some attractants in here as well. Don't be a baiter hater. All right, so let's get this rig back out in the water. We ain't gonna catch no fish with no rigs in the water. J. Paul, sorry, I've been a little distracted. What was your question? You can ask it again. I try to respond to everybody, but again, the boat gets a little chaotic at times and I do miss stuff. Fish are jumping around the boat. Yeah, there have been some fish surfacing here and there. I do have night crawlers. We will run night crawlers at some point. I have also some live leeches that we may run on bottom bouncers at some point today. Are the days of using real bait on the way out? Oh, J-Paul, no, absolutely not. The artificial baits just give you more options. They're easier to keep, they're cheaper. A container of a dozen crawlers these days can cost anywhere from $4 to $6 depending on where you buy them at. And you'll run through like 2 containers a day using worms, so $12 worth of bait versus this jar's, you know, like $4 or $5, and this will last you, you know, a whole season. So, and some days they really like worms, some days they prefer corn, some days they don't want worms or corn, they want maggots. So I carry a variety of different things. Should I go hit up Ackley this morning, going after muskie? Hunter, right now is the best time of the year to do it. I've been meaning to get back out there. I've been there once so far this year. Earlier, it was late May. But yeah, do it. Right now is the perfect time for it. And in fact, I think today and tomorrow is actually the tournament at Ackley. I'm pretty sure that's happening as we speak. Is it still that cold in Montana? I was wearing nothing but a pair of shorts last weekend here in Indiana. Mid to high 50s right now. It's supposed to get up into the 70s today. Liam, we're after rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike. And we are over a whole bunch of fish right now. And I just let out way too much line on this other side. All right, we're just trolling this one out. Some areas live bait's banned as well. Yeah, here in central Montana, there's like 2 or 3 water bodies that allow live bait. When I say live bait, I mean live fish. We do allow live crawlers, live leeches, but not live fish. Try some shallow lures, twitch lures. What do you mean by twitch lures, Belgrade? I watched your last stream there. Oh, okay, Hunter. Yeah, it was a little slow bite the last time that we were there. That's the earliest in the year I've ever fished, actually. Right now is May is probably, or late May, early June is some of the best fish in there until fall. Microphone? One's running probably closer to 15 to 17. All done. Testes, testes. Better? All right, thanks, guys. These damn DJI mics. I don't know, man. Good now. All right. Thank you, guys. Holy crap, 104 thumbs up already? Am I seeing that right? Yeah, 104. Y'all are awesome. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. We'll be out here fishing Holter till sundown probably, so we have another 14 hours or so. Thanks for coming and hanging out and fishing with us. Always a pleasure to bring y'all out here. We caught 2 fish right off the bat. The bite died off a little bit. I don't know. Got enough. Oh yeah, I normally when I come out fishing, I got 3-4 packs in my bags. Wish I was there. Heck yeah, Jeremiah. Well, it's as close as you're gonna get. You can hang out and fish with us all day long. Try some minnow-shaped lures. Up to 5 centimeters long, works very well for trout here where I live. Okay, yeah, we can. We caught some trout the last time we were here off of some fat crankbaits, like the biggest crankbaits I've ever caught a rainbow off of. Here in about 10 minutes or so, one of these rigs will swap out for a crank. 5 centimeters, what is that? Oh God, metric system. 5 centimeters is what, like 3 inches? 2.5 inches? The browns here in Belgrade only like worms or minnows. Very rare to catch one on tackle. Really? I always take a butt. Pink crankbait. Pink minnow crankbait. What do we got? What do we got? Let's bust out one or more of the crank boxes here. That's not the one I'm looking for. one of them. Oh, come on now. We're over a whole bunch of fish right now. You know, when you said pink crank, this is immediately what popped into my mind. Oh, an egg. Damn it. Hold on, hold on. Oh, now we got both of them snagged. Turning around. We went too shallow. All right, fun times here. Now let's go see if we can get our gear back. Give me a sec here, guys. Yeah, we came over a shallow hump there. Our contour follow didn't move us around it. Give me a moment here. Oh, it was a tree. God damn it. All right. Give me a sec here, guys, to unsnafu myself. We went over a very shallow log here, that's what it was. And unfortunately, we snagged into the log. Oh, that one snagged real good. Oh God, what a mess. Yeah, we're snagged up both lines of a log. Let me try and get one of these. Now that I have shit everywhere, oh, good time. Sorry, you guys, I'm missing your comments. It's going to take me a minute here to get both of these lines unhooked, if we can manage. This one's shallow enough that I think I can grab onto the lake troll, maybe. Alright, we lost our worm harness rig there. That's okay. That is $1 worth of components. Although that was the brand new one that I just tied, so that's a little disappointing. Alright, now let's move over to this other one. I can see it. One's stuck on a tree too. These goddamn trees sticking up are no bueno. Oh. Alright, we broke off on both of them, but we kept our Dodgers, we kept our lake trolls. So all we lost was our worm harness rigs. Those are like $1 worth of components, so we are good. I lost $2. I think we'll live. Let me get these back in and we'll get... I guess that means it's time for a rig change, eh? Yeah, I figured that would happen at some point with the contour following. It follows the bottom, not the debris that's sticking off of the bottom. So, that's good to know. We're just untangling shit right now. Bear with me a few minutes here, guys. That is part of trolling. If you aren't losing gear from time to time, you are a lucky SOB. Because it does happen. Ugh. All right. This. All right. Bryson, yeah, at some point I'm gonna get a 360 cam and try and get it set up to where people can control it on the live. We don't have that right now though. 12 lines in the water, didn't have a problem. That's crazy. Need a camera that follows you as you move around the boat. Yeah, one of these days we'll get one. Your shakedown last week ran flawlessly. It was amazing. Heck yeah, dude. Hell, I lose gear trolling. It happens. It's no big. Again, all we lost was our worm harnesses or hoochies, and I tie these up. They're super simple, and they don't really cost much at all. The biggest cost with them is the Colorado blade on them. All right, so let's get one more worm harness rig back out there, being as that's what we catch most of our shit off of. And then we'll get a crankbait on the other one. So I'm gonna throw our Old Faithful, the double wedding ring, back out there behind our lake troll. This is the setup that produces most of our fish most of the time that we're out here. And then our other line we will play around with. If any of y'all are watching our scuba divers, right up here before the cabins, there's a sunken log that's got two really nice worm harness rigs stuck to it. If you're interested, my gift to you. Alright, so what I was trying to show you guys was the crankbait. I think they're called a river rocker. That's what I think I'm going to throw down there for now. They're a shallow diving crank. I think the trout will definitely eat these. Walleye might bite that. Pike will 100% bite that. The brand on the chair, they're Hawaii. They're fairly expensive. I want to say it's probably like 125. The hell did I do with my mic? Uh-oh. Hold on now, while I was fighting with those, I took my, oh shit, what did I do with it? There it is. Sorry, you guys. I set down I have my mic clipped to my lanyard while I was fighting the damn snags. I took off the lanyard. That's back. You guys, can you hear me now? Bryson with the $20 for the next pack of smokes and maybe some worms. Thank you, Bryson. I appreciate your support. Much better. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. All right, let me get some shit out of the way here. Yeah, so what we're gonna run, it's called a river rocker. Pink river rocker. Is it really laggy? It wasn't lag and the audio was fine. Thank you, Ted. All right. We're gonna throw some of this Procure Trout Kokanee juice on here. Yeah, Starlink might be being a little bit weird. Give it a sec, it should fix itself. good for me, but I have shit cell phone service. Is it really? Is it still still bad? Resetting my mobile data fixed it, not closing and reopening. Everything is good, rod, sound, and video is great. All right, thank you guys for letting me know. All right, I'm just trying to get this river rocker out. It's been fine for you. Okay, thank you, Mia. We're over about 40-foot bottom right now. We're not gonna do quite as shallow as we just did. We just lost both of our rigs. So we're gonna try and find some fish over a little deeper water now that the sun's out. Willie, we're in central Montana. It's Holter Lake. Was on my end, thought closing and opening YouTube would fix it, turning on and off mobile data fixed it, sync issue. You're good for me? All right. Yeah, sometimes Starlink does act a little wonky, and there's not a lot I can do about that. It should, usually it's only temporary though. Alrighty. Great view, isn't it pretty? What type of rigs do you use? So we're running lure Jensen, baby cowbell, hammered brass, lake troll, followed by a worm harness, a wedding ring rig on this line. On the other side, we just put on a small pink, I believe they're called oh, I just said it like 5 minutes ago. Somebody remember what I called it? River rocker? Which is, it's just a small pink crankbait. Have you seen the next phase for Starlink? You're ready for a new set of underwear? Bryson, so the next phase of Starlink, they're working with mobile carriers. You're gonna be able to get Starlink service through your mobile carriers soon. I think they've partnered with 1 or 2 brands that they're rolling it out on. Wigglewort, is that what that thing's called? I think that one's a river rocker. I have some Wiggleworts. They're itty bitty little things though. I think these are Wiggleworts. Isn't that a Wigglewort? I forget. I have so many damn lures that I am not intimately familiar with. I'm still trying to learn half the names of them. Till I start catching a bunch of shit on them, I don't learn. Turn the camera a little right. Oh, the other right? Why? Montana, have you ever fished a salty ocean? Kevin, when I was younger, I fished off the banks of the ocean in Florida. I threw the snap beam this spring. Trout liked it. That's similar to that little one, that little wigglewort or wherever the hell it is. That's kind of like little Jimmy. We've caught a fish on little Jimmy, I think, more times than not. Those are the hot shot, I think those ones are called. Yeah, Belgrade, we got the Recon hooked up. We're mounted up there. It runs down. I got holes drilled. We got our wiring run cleanly underneath. Over to our Vader 24 volt 200 amp hour battery. It's networked in to both of our graphs here. And we're currently experimenting with the depth, the contour following feature. I laugh because it's a ridiculous little, yeah, they're so tiny. Try small broken back Rapala, no flashers. Messenger, we can run, in fact, last night when I was here, there was a guy that I was talking to at the boat ramp. And he was asking what I'd been catching the kokanee off of, and I was telling him, you know, the wedding rings and or Hoochie rigs. He went out and I saw him like an hour later and he was like, yeah, we just got our first fish. We caught a kokanee off of a little Rapala, little perch articulating Rapala. So we'll run one of those in a bit. At least you use Lowrance electronics, me too. Yeah, I've liked Lowrance. They've been good so far. I haven't had a whole lot of experience with Humminbird or Garmin. Lowrance is just kind of what I bought when I first started, and that's what I've been running. Wedding rings, classic Slayer. Yeah, the wedding ring behind our lake troll is by far the most productive rig at this particular water body that we've run. It's been a while since we've caught a fish. We caught 2 in the first hour, and now it's been a little over an hour with no fish. We are marking some fish though. 20 foot, that's kokanee down there. 35 foot. Let me drop. I'm gonna drop this guy down a little bit. I'm actually gonna bring this one up a little bit. We're gonna bring this one up to 75 foot. So this one's 75 foot, 2.5 colors. That's about 12 to 15 foot dive depth. The other one we have out 5 colors. So that one's gonna be closer to like 25, 30 foot dive depth. My boat came with a Humminbird. I like it. Probably would choose something different if I replaced it. A lot of people I know run Humminbird, and they love them. What always confuses me is I see so many boats around here that they're running like one Lowrance, one Humminbird, one Lowrance, one Garmin. Like, I don't know why people go the different ecosystems, why you don't get 2 from the same. Your rod in the back? What do you mean, James? No, there's nothing. When there's a fish on, you will see the pole bouncing, and you'll hear this. It's obvious when there's a fish on. And you will see me fly out of my chair and sometimes almost fall out of the boat. We're running a lake troll on there. It's 4 medium-sized Colorado blades. They spin, they create a whole bunch of drag. So the pole's always gonna have a bend to it and normally a rhythmic bounce to it. Yeah, I mean, I think most of the graph units, they're fairly comparable these days. I went Lowrance again because my initial one was Lowrance. I bought a second Lowrance because my first one was Lowrance. Also, I've been eyeing the Recon, the trolling motor, is one of the most feature-rich trolling motors on the market. It's one of the only ones that has the contour follow feature, as far as I know. But in order to use it, you need a Lowrance head unit. What's up, SGO? Welcome, welcome. All right, I need to find the damn aspirin in my bag. Give me a sec, you guys. I know I got some in here somewhere. My head is pounding. I thought I had some in here. Well, shit. Man, I could have sworn there was some in here. Stick. Shoot. Well, I guess not. Oh, I know they're in here somewhere. What did I do with them? Hand warmer. Well, I guess we just get to deal with a headache. I don't know where the hell they're at. Auto chart is slick, gives you accurate information. I make my own contour lens with my Lowrance, then save them. Yeah, Jimmy, that's what I do. So I use the Genesis Live, and then I upload it to CMAP Genesis social maps. Rucker pink, yes. Time for me to bail. I'll check back in a bit. All right, Redacted. Thanks for stopping through. We'll catch you in a little later. Yeah, I think Lowrance, out of all of them, from what I've heard, again, I don't have a lot of experience with the other brands. I think a lot of people use them because it has one of the better mapping integrations. They support Navionics, they support CMAP, CMAP Genesis, so you can record your own maps. So I think that's why a lot of people use Lowrance, and that might be why you see Lowrance along with Humminbird. People are using the Lowrance for mapping, and then they're using, you know, Humminbird or Garmin for their forward facing or whatever. MD, yeah, we weren't having autopilot problems. We ended up snagging up both of our rigs. We were contour following 20-foot bottom, but there was a freaking dead tree in the water that contour following doesn't account for structure, I guess. It's just looking at bottom. We ended up losing both of our worm harness rigs, but we got back our lake troll and our Dodger and our Snubbers. So we got back everything that was important. The worm harness rigs I tie up, they're, you know, $1 to $2 of components. So it's no biggie losing those. Good morning, Bryson. Good morning, Real Midwest Outdoors. Sorry if I missed anybody's chat. We just went through a few snafus there. We're sorted, we're back. Now we just need to find the fish. Appreciate you all coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. Again, for those of you guys just joining, we're here in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. We're out here targeting rainbow trout, brown trout, Kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, mountain whitefish, yellow perch. There's a whole myriad of different critters running around in here. So far we have landed 2 rainbows. We haven't had a bite in like an hour and a half though, 90 minutes. We did just switch up our rigs. We put on a different worm harness rig, and we're running a pink river rocker on the other side. Marking some good fish, like 5-10 foot off the bottom. We're over about 50-foot bottom. Marking some fat fish like 35 to 40 foot right now. Slot sizes for keepers. For rainbow and kokanee, no. Brown trout are catch and release only in this water body. Unless you're 14 years of age or younger, you're allowed to keep 1 brown trout any size, I think. Yellow perch, there's no slot size. For walleye, there is only 1 over 25 inches. And then I think the limit is 10. 5 or 10. I don't know, I've never caught that many out of here in one day, so the limit has never really mattered. Leave Montana to Idaho for a couple of days and catch bigger trout there than home. In Montana feels wrong, I'm conflicted. Oh, Bryson, where in Idaho, and what kind of trout? Just rainbows? Yeah, there's a water body I've been eyeing that's over kind of by Monarch Nyhart area, called Newland Creek Reservoir, and they stock Gerard rainbows in there, and those are known to get to grow 20 plus pounds quite commonly. Hagerman rainbows, okay. You have a hoodie, there's a combination. A hoodie? No, I don't have a pink and purple hoodie. Are you trading? Are you talking about like a hoodie, like a jacket, or is hoodie referring to some kind of lure? I'm not familiar with a hoodie lure, if that's what you're talking about. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. 140 thumbs up. Let's go. Y'all are awesome. Leashes, thank you. I did unhook one of them while I was unsnagging. The other one's good. Thank you for reminding me. Montana Slayer, how big were the 2 trout you caught? Just a couple of shakers, 14 to 16 inches. Kind of the average size we've been catching out of here the past few trips. Every once in a while we'll pull one 19, 20 plus inches out of here. There are some fat ones in here. I just have never been all that successful at catching them. Valadorio, we are trolling. Our typical on this line in screen is a baby cowbell and hammered brass, followed by a pink wedding ring tipped with pink gulp maggots. On the other pole, we just switched to it's a shallow diving small crankbait. It's about 2.5 inches. It's called a river rocker, and it's in like a shiny, like pink metal finish. Hello again, Liner. How you doing, buddy? And I am actually going to bump our speed up just slightly. We've been doing 1.2, 1.4. Let's give her a little juice here. Let's try 1.6 or 1.7. But I hope everybody's having an awesome weekend so far. Thanks for coming out and fishing with us today. We'll be out here all day. I camped here last night. I came here to test out the new trolling motor last night just to make sure everything was working right. So we fished for a few hours last night. We caught 5 rainbow. We didn't stream, but I got most of the kinks worked out with the trolling motor. So we're back out here today fishing again. I do have to head back to the boat launch at around 10:30 or so I can pack up camp and put it in my truck. Checkout for the campground is 11. So we'll have to take a quick trip back to the campground to pack up. It should probably take me 20 minutes, maybe a half an hour. And then we'll come back out on the water. Try 2 for speed, make opportunity react. Yeah, we're at 1.7 right now. We were running 1.2 to 1.4 for the last hour or so, and we didn't really have much activity. So we're gonna bump it up a little bit. Great to see you again. Always, Gold Miner. How you doing today? Blake Grisham, welcome to the stream. Down here at Meek's Cabin Reservoir on Thursday, I got a small sucker, but that's all we got. Oh man, well at least you didn't get skunked, but yeah, that stinks you only got a sucker. I actually like catching sucker. White sucker I catch around here from time to time, and they're honestly one of the coolest looking fish in our waters. Most people think they're just a trash fish, but I love catching suckers. How deep's the water? We're over about 40-foot bottom right now. We're going a little bit deeper right now. There's a swath on the map here that I have not yet covered. So we're gonna take a pass through here and mark out another spot on the map. We're both, Dave. So I'm running the outboard as the kicker, basically. So that's what gives us most of our propulsion. And then the trolling motor itself, I'm mainly just using for steering. I'm running the kicker because, again, with all the... Fish on! Oh! Fish on, fish on! Feels like a little trout. We might have... No, he's still there. He's still there. Oh, just spicy. Oh, shit. Did he get off? I think we might have lost him. No, he's still there. He's still there. No, 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 no. All right, landed. There is rainbow trout number 3 for the day. Took us a little while to get one, but let me get him out of here. Just another little shaker, but there we go. Wait a second. How did I just rehook him? Come on, we just unhooked you. He bit the damn lure again. I don't know how that works. There we go. Pretty little fish. Again, that's about the average size of what we've been catching. They're 14 to 16 inches. You can tell it's a stalker. They have a trimmed adipose fin, but very healthy. Let's get her back in the water. Off she goes. All right, we're back in action here, guys. And that's on our trusty, this out of every lure we've run here the last couple of years, this has by far been our most productive. I tie these up. I call it a bridle rig or a worm harness rig. And we're just tipping these with gulp maggots. Tagged any tags there? They do tag some fish. I've never caught a tagged fish. Time for me to go. I gotta take a shower, do laundry, mow yard, grocery shop so I can go fishing myself tomorrow. All right, Jimmy, thanks for stopping through. Don't have too much fun mowing your lawn. When you're done, you can swing by and mow mine too if you want. So I don't have to. But thanks again for coming and hanging out, buddy. Always a pleasure. Nice looking fish. Nice catch, Rod. Thanks, Lee. Just went fishing last night up the river a bit at Canyon Ferry and caught 2 walleye, dinka, 16-inch, 2-pound rainbow. Nice, Montana kids. Yeah, I hear that the walleye are biting real well around Helena Causeway. I haven't been out there yet this year. And I haven't been to Canyon Ferry this year either. We've been to Hauser, Holter, Willow Creek. We've been to a bunch of places, but not Canyon Ferry yet. Thank you, Lee, for adding the catch. Hey, wild man. What's up, Terry? Welcome, welcome. Bill says pretty fish. Yeah, they are. They're really, they stalk, I always forget the strains. It's Ennis strain and something else, but they are really pretty rainbows, really vibrant colors. Check throughout the day to see how you're doing. All right, Jimmy, we'll be here. Do you ever hunt? I'm 12, working on my hunter safety, and I'm putting in for elk and pronghorn. I used to hunt when I was younger. I haven't hunted in years, though. Elk are one of the best eating meats on the planet. I would love, if I ever do pick up hunting again, it'll be to hunt for elk. Pronghorn sheep, though, that's purely a trophy animal. I wouldn't kill it. They're terrible eating, and I don't like killing something that I'm not going to eat. Canyon Ferry's awesome, also a great place. It's Hellgate by Townsend. Okay, I've never fished Hellgate. Tanks in Hellgate, the limit is 2. Okay. Yeah, I don't normally keep trout unless somebody asks for me to keep them. I don't like to eat trout. I'll keep kokanee from time to time. Normally, if I'm going to harvest a fish, it'll be a northern pike, a walleye, or occasionally I'll keep a channel cat. Current speed, 1.5 miles per hour. 1.6 miles per hour. Oh, that one bit like a kokanee. Oh, that's a good sized fish. Well, better than these dinks we have been catching. This one might be that bit like a kokanee, but it hasn't popped out of the water yet, so it's probably not. Is he still there? Yeah, he's still there. Oh, he's gone. We lost him. Shit. That one felt nice. He didn't stay on for very long, though. Oh, come on. Why you gotta tangle? Don't do that. Then it untangles itself. Go figure. Just wants to make you dance a little. That was a good hit. Love eating pronghorn, especially when they're turned to jerky. Gross. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with that. I worked at a wild game processing plant for 2 seasons when I was younger, and I tasted pretty much every wild animal that there is to eat here in Montana, and pronghorn sheep is not one I would ever eat on purpose again. Antelope is one of the nastiest animals I have ever hunted for. I will, not only do they stink, their hair falls out and just, I mean, it's nasty. And they just have, it's like a weirdly sweet meat to it. Not the grossest, but I don't like antelope. Most wild game I don't like. My favorite was white-tailed does or white-tailed fawns and calf elk, which is set up on the other rod. We're running a small pink river rocker crankbait. Bear is hands down the grossest. 99% of people who shoot bear, boar. I've never tried wild boar. Thought you said bear. But 99% of people who shoot bear bring it to the wild game processing plant, pay for it to be processed, and they donate it to the food bank. And we would turn it into sausage, but we never would make straight bear sausage because it's gross. We would mix it in with elk, with moose, with deer, with whatever else there was to kill the grossness of the bear meat. People, the only reason to kill a bear is for the trophy. And I'm not a trophy hunter, so. Cut up all your own big game. Yeah, I learned how to cut up quite a bit of it. I didn't get as much up into cutting the meat. I did more skinning. That was my job when I worked at the plant. Unloading the animals, weighing them, and skinning them, preparing them for the butchers. Maggie Rose sent a star. I appreciate you sending the gift. How much did your setup cost? Montana Kids Adventuring. What do you mean, the boat? Or what do you mean the setup? The rig or my boat? And all of the electronics. Bullsword, close. We're in central Montana. Very similar terrain to Colorado. Doing it yourself is the way, but I have to buy all the crap and do it and have room to store it. Yeah, it takes, you know, a decent amount of gear and space. That, and you got to know the anatomy of the animal to properly, you know, cut it up into the roasts and the steaks. Might as well put another wedding ring because it's working. Trading Mick, yeah, so when we fish here, normally I run a wedding ring on one because it's the pole that's in view because that gets the most action. But I'd really like to get a pike or a walleye. So we usually run through a myriad of different lures off camera, trying to trigger something else besides the rainbow to bite. And at some days we do end up switching to both wedding ring rigs. But I like to have a little bit of variance out there because there are so many different species that we could catch in here. And while all of them will bite on this, they're more likely to bite on crankbaits, bottom bouncers, you know, different types of presentations. The whole boat cost. Okay, so I bought the boat initially, boat and trailer with nothing on it for about $3,500, $3,800. I have probably $10,000 worth of electronics, batteries, and wiring in the boat now. I've probably put $500 in the trailer. And there's probably another, $3 to $5 grand worth of tackle on here. So all in all, everything that's in the boat right now is probably sitting somewhere around $15,000. Hey, Bearded Dragon, welcome. Yeah, we just spent $7 grand on the trolling motor, the Lowrance HDS10, and the 200 amp Vader battery. The Elite FS9 graph is another, you know, $1,000. The two Optima batteries are about $350 a pop, and we have two of them, so that's another $700. You know, I put all anchor wiring in here, anchor fittings, it's all brand names. So, you know, another $300 to $500 in just wire. We've got solar panels on here. Those are another, you know, $100 a pop. We've got switchable battery and an ACR in the back. You know, that's another $500. It all adds up. Boats, the toys that keeps taking. Yeah, there is not I mean, you don't need all of this. There are people floating around catching just as many fish as I am, you know, in a $1,000 boat and, you know, $100 rod and reel sets. You don't need all of the stuff that I have. I fish so often, and it's one of the only hobbies that I have. So I spend a good deal of money on my hobby. But it's all things that make it more fun for me, more efficient for me. It's money well spent, in my opinion. Kitchen table, 2 knives, good fillet knife, sturdy blade, debone, patience, and someone shows you help. David, yeah, it's not rocket science. I mean, it's just, you need somebody to show you the right way to do it. I could be wrong, but crankbaits are trolled at higher speed. Trading Mick, yeah, it depends on the crankbait. There are crankbaits that run real well at slow speeds. There are crankbaits that run terrible at slow speeds. There are crankbaits that run real well at high speeds. There are crankbaits that run terrible at high speeds. So it all depends on the crank that you're running. Try 2 for speed. Speed's helped you once you bumped it up a bit. Yeah, we did get bit twice once we bumped up a bit. We're hovering right now between 1.5 and 1.7. We'll run at this speed for a little bit longer. A yacht's more expensive than a private jet. They're both for the same base cost. Oh yeah, you can, the sky's the limit when it comes to boats. People build and buy really, really expensive boats. This is I wouldn't call the most, it's a budget boat. The boat itself, the trailer, is a very low-end aluminum flat bottom john. It's a, you know, solid welded, so it's not riveted, so it's a decent boat, but it's, you know, a 20-year-old boat, a 40-year-old outboard on it. Where the money really is the electronics. Walleye guys spend insane money on boats around here. Oh yeah. The boats that I've been looking at, like the boats that I drool over, are $75,000 to $100,000. I mean, that's what one of these days I'm gonna end up spending on the boat that I want. Walleye is such a good tasting fish. Yeah, walleye can be real good. It depends on where you harvest them from, though, and how big they are. Most people harvest fish way too big. And a lot of people pull fish out of dirty rivers, polluted, you know, warm water. The best tasting fish, in my opinion, come out of these mountain lakes and reservoirs that are, you know, cool, clean. And usually springtime and fall time, you know, when the water temperatures are, you know, 65 degrees and less, are the best time to harvest. Once the water temperatures start getting up into the 70s, I stop harvesting fish. That's the best part about fishing. It's not pay to win. Also, how's the day, y'all? What's up, Shane? Yeah, I mean, you can fish with the very, like, most basic gear and still catch a lot of fish. But again, people who are into it like I am, you know, it's not just, you know, a every once in a while thing I do. It's something that I do often. So I like to spend, not that I like to spend money, but I'm willing to spend money to make it a more enjoyable experience for me. But we're having an awesome day out here. We've landed 3 rainbows so far. We just lost our first fish a minute ago. So the bite seems to have picked back up a little bit. We're almost, for those of you guys who were here, our first stream of the year at Holter, we lost one of our poles up here in the water. It fell over the side of the boat. I almost ended up in the water too. But we're coming up on the dead homie here. We'll be on top of the dead homie in probably 5 minutes or so. We're marking some good fish. Been seeing a lot of this, so 30 to 50 foot. We're over fairly deep bottom right now. I'm kind of headed over towards a little further up here, dead homie. We always pay our respects to the dead homie and drive over the top of him. We've caught 2 kokanee right on top of it so far, so it's paid off. Water temperature is 63.9 degrees. Wisconsin, that's why only clean fish in winter out of ice, much better taste. Yeah, Paul, that, absolutely. Once the water starts warming up, the texture of them, more than anything, starts to change. You start getting more mushy fish rather than firm. And they also tend to be more fishy tasting. So I prefer catching, you know, spring and fall is when I typically will harvest most. JV Joe, dead homie. Yeah, our $250 rod and reel, the fish on it is sitting on the bottom of the lake over here. I like hard water fishing. I've never, I was gonna try and do it this past winter, but we had a really warm, weird winter here, freeze thaw, and most of the water bodies within, you know, a 2-hour drive around me didn't get good solid ice. I would have had to drive, you know, 3 hours to get to good ice, and I ain't about to do that. Oh, we just got bit. We're gonna kill it for a sec here, let it drop down in the water. Now we're gonna start it back up. There we go. You see that? Trigger to bite. Oh shit, he's off. You guys saw that though, right? Is he still there? We're gonna bring this one in. We might have an itty bitty on there. But yeah, so we got, it was, I call it a drive-by or a smash and grab. Fish swam by. Yeah, he's still on there. He's on there. That or we just caught another one. But it bit and then it was gone. So what I did was I killed the motor and slowed down to let our rig drop down in the water. And then I turned it back on and juiced it, which triggers them to chase and oftentimes to bite. Fish on, fish on. Feels like another little trout. We're about 25 foot out still, so we're getting fairly close. This one's not jumping out of the water. This one might be a little bit bigger. Not feeling super big though. Oh, stay on there. Oh, is that a Coke? I see an awful lot of silver there. No, it's a bow. Oh! Shit! He fell off right after I almost got him. Damn it. Fish off. Oh, man. Almost, guys, almost. He came off the line and was floating a little bit sideways, and I tried dip netting him, and he all I did was push him down in the water and he swam away. Shoot. Quick release. Yeah. Good demonstration though. Again, when you get strikes like that they bite and then they're gone, you could try speeding up, slowing down, changing directions real quick, anything to change your presentation slightly. And it oftentimes will trigger a second bite. All right. Little fucker stole both of our baits too. All right, so these past few bites have all been around 1.7 miles an hour. And we're running lead core line here, and both of them have been 60 to 70 feet of line out, so 12 to 15 foot of dive depth. Tried the egg corn sandwich. Bryson, I have not. What was that on? Corn on the wedding ring? Wedding ring with pink goat maggots. And I have some attractants in here. There's garlic, there's anise, there's vanilla, and it's either shrimp or I put craw scent in it. Bryson, the pink goat maggots they're awesome. One jar of them lasts me almost a whole season. And they get bit by almost everything. I've caught walleye off of them, rainbow trout, perch, pike, lake trout. What's your best catch today? They've all been about the same size. 3 rainbows, 14 to 16 inch. The one fish, well, I take that back. That's not 2 that we've lost, but not just this last one, but the one before that we lost felt like the biggest so far. It was probably 19, 20 inches by how it felt. Turn around, make another pass. We're headed over to the dead homie here. We're gonna do past the dead homie and then turn around and head back towards the boat dock. We have about 2 hours before I gotta pack my tent and stuff up and put it back in the truck, and then we'll be back out on the water again. Checkout time for the campground is 11. And I didn't feel like packing everything up in the dark this morning. So we'll take a brief intermission somewhere in the next 2 hours or so to pack up camp. So we'll be headed right back over this area in probably, I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour. Kokanee are at 53 to 55 degrees. Yeah, 52 to 54 is the range that I typically hear referenced. I'm waiting, I don't have a way right now to tell temperature at depth. I can only see temperature at the surface. I'm on the wait list for the new fish hawk to be released, which is a device you add to the end of your line. You drop it down, you reel it back up, and then you can look at it and it'll tell you at 10 foot it's 60 degrees, at 15 foot it's 58, and so you can tell at what depth where the thermocline is, where that ideal temperature range is. What's up, Yanwell? Ryan, well, sorry. How you doing? What are you out there fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, northern pike, walleye, yellow perch, and there's also, it's either mountain whitefish or lake whitefish in here. My best batch of making out 35-pound redfish. Wow, Tank, that's a fatty. Trudy Sykes. Hey, how's it going? We're having an awesome day out here. It is absolutely beautiful. We're catching fish. I've had a bit of a headache all morning. Other than that, it's been fantastic out here. We just lost a fish a couple of minutes ago. Had it all the way to the boat, and it spit the hook. We're coming over an absolute pile of fish right here. Wow, we are shallow. I can't be this shallow. My bee, we're gonna lose our rig. Oh, all right. Easy there, trolling motor. Dear Lord. All right, that's a good way to lose your shit on the bottom. It just turned us right around. I was trying to set us to contour following. And apparently went the wrong direction. She got a little zesty there. You're like, you want to find 40 foot? All right. And it just... My bad. I see you just passed my old place on the lake. good to see you again. Sure miss fishing there. Oh, Bud, you had one of these lakeside cabins? That is awesome. I'm so jealous. Oh. I think we just had another drive-by. Bud, most of there aren't roads to any of these back here, are there? Other than the first handful of them? Isn't this all like boat in? That was fun, right, Gold Miner? Tank, appreciate you subbing to the channel. What are you dragging behind? A wedding ring behind a baby cowbell, and then a pink river rocker. It's a small crankbait on the other side. Normally fish on Canyon Ferry, so it's nice to see someone fishing near it. Can you swing your camera towards the dam real quick so I can get an idea where on the lake? Trading, we're 4 or 5 miles from the dam right now. That's on the very north end, so if you're looking at, here, in fact, I can show you on the map. We're down south, the south end of Holter, and then you go west past Split Rock, and then it comes around to the west, and then it turns down to the south, and then it goes to the east. We're like right before that turn to the south, where all the cabins are. Boat only, that's what I thought, Bud. Here, let me show you on the map. Sorry, looking at my ugly mug knot. All right, so up here is the dam. All those blue marks are fish that I've caught. I mark when I try to remember to mark. And we're down here. The boat ramp, the second boat ramp, Log Gulch campground is over here. That's where I camped. So we're just at this first bend from Log Gulch, up coming into the river system here. No shit, thought it's all really private. Never thought there was boat-only access in Montana, and I live here. Yeah, there's this whole string of cabins that's back here. The only way you can get to them is by boat. There's a road going to like the first handful over here, kind of by Split Rock. But the rest of these are all boat access only. Living in a cabin right next to the lake is my dream. Me too, Montana kid. Oxbow Bend. Is that what it's called, Bud? Oxbow Bend. I'll have to remember that. Yeah, in previous years, I fished down almost exclusively by the dam. This is the first year that I've really explored up past Split Rock, and I've been digging it up here. Previous seasons when I came here, this area usually gets really full of speedboaters and jet skiers and tubers, and it's really hard to fish. There's not as much of that down by the dam. But this early in the season, there's not a lot of people out playing yet. $156 likes, let's go. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream here today. All right, there we go. Now we are on the contour. After that slight detour, you mark bite locations on GPS. Yeah, anytime that I get a bite, if it's not super chaotic and if I remember, I always mark them. And I mark them with a specific symbol, that blue dot. So anywhere you see a blue dot on my map is where I've caught a fish here in the past. And I would say it's probably maybe 50% of my catches. I oftentimes forget, and also in areas where I already have a whole bunch of catches, I stop. But the main reason that I do it is over time you'll find that there will be clusters, and those are spots that hold fish, and it helps you know where to go back to. All right, we're tangled up here. That spin around there, oh, this is gonna be a mess. Oh, man. I had a feeling this was gonna... Hopefully it's not bad. Okay, good. Looks like we're just hooked on one of the hooks. Maybe we're all right. Yes, we're good. That rapid turnaround that we did, we ended up snagging our crankbait line, but it didn't get all tangled, so we're good. Thought this pole was running funny. Just had a steady bend to it, and no wobble. Oh my God, now I'm gonna tangle everything on the boat. You're gonna tangle one thing, you might as well tangle everything. That's the way it goes for me. All right. Wife and I will be at Holter for a week of June, 4th week of June. Okay, so in a few weeks. Nice trading, Mick. Are you from Montana here, or are you... Oh, you're coming up from Cali. Nice. Yeah, if you're coming here to Montana, this is one of the better places to come and fish. There are so many different species, and you can catch, I mean, previous streams here, we've caught 20, 21, 25 rainbows. You'll pull out the occasional kokanee. There's great walleye fishing here if you know how to fish for them. Dutch, I appreciate the gift. What was that, a trophy cake? Thank you. John, welcome to the stream. Montana Kids with the gold coin. Thank you, Montana Kids. Airplane, welcome to the stream. How about a fixed rod holder for netting hooked fish? Yeah, so again, I over the years, I have found the easiest for me, rather than having the net in a rod holder, I've showed this a few times on my stream, but again, I run a quite large net. Everybody says it's too big. Again, I run a big net for a couple of reasons. So one, you'll see that it's deep enough that it stays in the water. So when I land a fish, the fish isn't actually out of the water. It's a big enough net that when I catch a huge fish, I don't have to struggle too much. But instead of it being in a rod holder, I wedge it down here. So once I get a fish in, or while I'm moving around, it stays. And again, it's right where I sit. So again, when I catch a fish, I move my foot up, I grab my net, and I can dip while holding it under my armpit. Rod with my left hand, the net with my right hand, and I dip. I bring it up, and then it goes straight back underneath. So then it's basically locked in, and I don't have to fight with it. Good morning, Rod. Hey, Josie, good morning, good morning. You're not up at the ass crack of dawn like you usually are. How you doing? I'm gonna swipe out and fix my audio. Right up next. from that is Canyon Ferry Lake. And those are all within an hour's drive of here. If you want to drive a little bit further than that, there's Georgetown Lake. I've never fished it, but I've heard good things about Georgetown. Good kokanee, good rainbows. There's also, if you head north from Holter, about an hour, is Willow Creek or Eureka reservoirs. And those are both great trout fisheries. A little bit further than that is Pishkin Reservoir, which is my pike hole. If you want to fish for pike, that's the spot that I'd recommend you do it. Just glitching, muted. Audio now. Sorry about that, guys. Always having audio issues here. But yeah, trading, there's a bunch of lakes around here that you could fish. Holter is going to be probably your most productive. If you want to get out here and just catch some Montana trout, this is the spot to do it. But if you get bored here or the bite's off, yeah.
Audio and the background sound, sometimes it goes in and out. The morning you turned on the mic once before turning it off again and
Review the video afterwards. This is a
switch to one of the mic 3s, you guys. Give me a moment.
all right. How about now? Mic better? Hey, Dylan, we are at Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir in central Montana. All right, these are the DJI Mic 3. The sound quality on these tends to be better, but after every 30 minutes or so, the audio loses sync. Good hot mic. Mic good. All right. Compared to the mic 2s, how does this one sound? Does it sound the same or better or different? Louder and clearer. Okay. Exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Very good. All right. Just subbed. Hopefully going to catch you on the next Holter video. All right, bud. Yeah, we. No. How about now? Maybe new electronics giving us some RF got for choked on anything. No, these I don't. I think it's just these mics. They're finicky. I need to try it. All right, we'll try the other one. How about now? Just use hand signals. There you go. I'll pretend like I can speak in sign language. Let me check one thing here, guys. The stream's gonna freeze for like 10 seconds. I just want to check and make sure I'm on the 5 gigahertz band for the Wi-Fi. Bear with me. All right. Yeah, we're on 5 gig. No walleye yet. We've landed 3 rainbow and we've lost 2 fish. That wind just really started picking up here. What's up, Falcon? Please get walleye. We're headed back towards the Log Gulch boat ramp right now. It's probably going to take us over an hour to troll over there. I have to pack up my camp. It'll take me about 30 minutes to load everything into my truck, maybe a little bit less than that. And then we're going to get out on the boat and we will fish until sundown. Brittany, I appreciate the sub. Welcome to the whip the mic to your cap. I don't know if that'll work. I don't know. I don't know if it'll stay there. Hopefully we don't lose it. Are we good or no? Back on? All right. I'm sorry for the trouble, guys. I don't know what the deal is. All right, I have just rebooted my phone. YouTube still acted funky. Normally when I swipe out and swipe back in, it joins the live immediately, and it's like lagging like 15 seconds when I join. So I don't know if it's an issue with Starlink or just YouTube today. Sounds back for now. All right, welcome back, y'all. Okay, I'll log back on in 2 hours when you're back on the lake. Yeah, we're gonna be on the lake for the next until sundown. It's gonna take us a little over an hour to get back to the boat ramp, trolling, and then I just have to pack the truck up, pack my camp up, and put some more gas in the boat. Then we'll be good. Yeah, it's frustrating, but there's not a lot I can do. Me now? Shit. All right, I'm incredibly sorry, guys. I know this is frustrating for y'all. I don't know what the issue is. Hey, CB. Kind of like fishing, fish on, fish off, right? Now, Bruce, I have 4 brand new mics. 2 DJI mic 2s and 2 DJI mic 3s. I have 4 brand new mics. I don't think it's the mics. It's either something going on with my phone or something with YouTube. All right, I rebooted the phone again. All right, sorry, y'all. I've rebooted the phone again. I rebooted the mic again. It seems like it goes on, it works for a few minutes, and then it dies again. So, we'll keep trying. Are we on? we'll see how long that lasts for. Bermuda Triangle, yeah, I don't know. We ran for 3 hours this morning with a little bit of issue, but not this, and now all of a sudden it doesn't want to work at all. Hey, So Juice, welcome. Grumpy Bass, thank you for the happy poop. All right, I think we should be good. Maybe. All right, how about now? I think it's working, and we're on just the iPhone audio now. So we're gonna have a little bit of wind noise. It's not gonna be as clear. I don't know what the shit is going on with the Bluetooth right now. Let's run this for a few minutes and see if the problem goes away. I hate not having the mic. Robert, yeah, we've got 3 rainbow and we've lost.
All right, how about now? So I'm not even using Bluetooth or a mic right now. They're all off. It's using just the audio straight from the phone. So I'm not even using Bluetooth or a mic. So the issue is either with YouTube or my phone. I might have to kill this live and start a new one. I hate to do that, but I feel like it's something wrong with my YouTube stream. Because again, we aren't even using Bluetooth is off. I'm not using any mics. The audio is dying just straight from the stream itself. It's not the camera, Gold Miner. The camera has lived here for a year. That's not the camera. I appreciate the suggestion, but that's 100% not the issue. Oddly blue. It's the clouds, the overcast sky. You're getting a reflection of the blue sky off of the water. Errol says, yo there, Rob. What's up? I'm in another city 6 hours from home. Nice. What are you on vacation? What are you doing? Yeah, if it keeps doing this, if it does it again, you guys, I'm probably going to kill the stream, pull the poles in, go back, and load my camp up, and then we'll start a new stream afterwards. I had a headache before this, and now I definitely have a headache. We can hear you now. All right, let me know if it persists having issues. Hey, John Joe. Yeah, we've had 3 rainbows so far and 3 fish lost. Welcome, those joining that are coming back. Sorry for the audio issues. We've shut off Bluetooth. We've removed the Bluetooth mics completely. Trying to isolate where our audio issue is coming from today. Seems like we might have stable audio now. I apologize. There's probably a little bit of wind noise. My voice is not as clear. Again, we're using the mic on my iPhone right now, not the Bluetooth mics. Kind of been like this last 3 streams. No, we've had the issue we've been having with the audio is the sync issue, and that was the DJ mics. We haven't had an audio issues like this ever with it crapping out constantly. It's just been the sync issue, and that's a firmware issue with the DJI mics. I'm gonna have to skipping bad. No sound again. Sounds great now. Which is it? No sound or sounds great? Hey Logan, welcome. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Can you guys hear me? I have good audio. All right. If anyone's got audio, everyone's got audio. If it's not working for you, it's your problem, not mine. I can hear you good. Is anyone else getting skipping or blurriness? Sounds great. All right. Yeah, we might get a little bit of wind noise. Again, I'm not running the Bluetooth mics right now. Looks good. Again, so thanks, Errol. Licentious says no. I don't know. No what? Why are you telling me no? Yep, good. I'm here. Thanks, Bill. Sorry, you guys. I nothing worse than a stream that's having audio or video issues. Audio issues are the worst. I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a more reliable option rather than Bluetooth for the mics. It just seems problematic. Some days it's good, some days it just gives us a nightmare, and today is one of those days. Sounds good, let's fish. That's what I'm talking about, whiskey. Let's get back to the fishing and quit dicking with the stream here. Big fish coming up from 30 foot, following us. Oh, he went back down. Shit. All right, bumping our speed up a little bit here. We're over good fish right now. It's intermittent. Video's stable now. All right, let me know if that changes. First real problem I've seen. Yeah, we have annoyances with the audio lag sometimes, but this, I think if I get, I have a receiver for it that plugs into the phone, and then you don't use Bluetooth, you use wireless like radio waves to communicate with the mic to the transceiver to the receiver. I just don't know if it has pass-through power on it to be able to charge my phone at the same time. Bill, maybe later on this afternoon after we're headed back right now to the boat launch. I have to get my tent and shit out of the camp spot before 11. It's 9:30 right now. I can't stop at Jig right now. It's an hour and a half troll to get back to the boat launch right now. But later on this afternoon, if the wind dies down, we can definitely try some jigging. They stopped following. That was back there. I think we were going too slow. We were only doing like 0.7 miles an hour. And it's too slow for all the trout a lot of the time. They'll come up, they'll look at it, and they'll leave. If they don't feel like it's going to get away from them, they don't bite at it. Fish whistle and sunscreen. Yeah, let's do the fish whistle. All right, I think our pink river rocker has run its course. I think we need to try something else on that line. Yeah, the wind has definitely picked up. The water's a lot more choppy right now. The clouds have covered what little sun we had. What lake is that? It's Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's just outside of Wolf Creek, Montana, or Craig, Montana. We're after rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, yellow perch, northern pike. And I believe there's either lake whitefish or mountain whitefish in here. Appreciate y'all sticking out through the technical difficulties. Again, sorry about that. You guys know I work real hard to try and make these streams as quality as possible and to reduce the amount of snafus we run into, but it's all part of streaming. especially when you're out here in these remote Montana waterways, streaming with Starlink. There are always going to be some technical difficulties, but I do try real hard to keep them to a minimum. But I appreciate you guys' patience while we work through them. Minnow, Michael, what's up, Michael? Yeah, Errol, I've streamed from here a bunch of times. You know what? So, we have not run this one yet. I don't know what this is called. There's a Montana tackle company that I bought some tackle from recently. And they make a couple of custom crankbaits, and I ordered the custom crankbait from them, and I've never run it. Let's put this guy down and see. Let's see. I don't usually run a lot of greens or blues. Maybe that's the ticket today. Maybe they want some greens and blues. You do a great job, bro. Oh, thank you. I try. Looks like a nice lure. Yeah, it's a shallow diving crank. It's a different form factor than anything else I've got in my tackle companies. It doesn't really look like any of the major brand lures that I've seen or used. So we'll throw her out there and see crawfish. We could do a craw. I have 2 or 3 rebel craw. Those usually do real well for pike. Yeah, well, that would probably explain why we're not getting bit. Poor little river rocker here didn't even have a chance. Where did we pick up this shit from? There are definitely a lot more beats this time than last time we were there. We're gonna have to start pulling these up more often to check them. So we ain't gonna catch nothing with that many feet out there. Well, I shouldn't say that because they do still bite at it from time to time. We're not gonna catch nearly as much with that much weeds on there. All right, we're gonna try throwing a little bit of garlic on this one. Ron, at least it wasn't under britches. That's right, Josie. I don't think I ever need to catch another pair of undies again. Full send, let's go, boys. Good old grass bass. Just lost sound again. It's definitely not your mic. It's lube tube. You guys, is Jimmy the only one that can't hear, or is it everybody? Good now? Okay, yeah, the mic, I don't have a mic on me. It's my camera. So if I turn away and talk, you guys may not hear me. kill the live and restart your phone. Jimmy, I've restarted the phone like 3 times now, but yeah, I'm gonna, when we get back to the dock, I'm gonna kill the live, and start a new one. I hate doing it, but I think I think the issue is not my phone. I don't think it's the mic. I think it's my live. There's something wrong with the live. $187 thumbs up. Let's go. Still getting thumbs up, even though you can't hear me every 30 seconds. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Thanks for coming and hanging out fishing today. We'll hopefully get back on the fish here at some point. It's been a little bit of a slow bite this morning. It's just Jimmy's service. What's up? What's up, Lake Effect Blues? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've landed 3 rainbows so far. We've lost 3, so we're 50-50 on our hookups to catches. Oh, there's a little bit of sun back. We've been struggling with the audio for the last hour or so. I think we finally have it working. Not via Bluetooth, but just via the onboard mic on the iPhone. Once we get back to the boat dock, I will probably kill this live and restart it just so we can rule out YouTube as being issue. I'll restart Starlink. I'll restart YouTube. I'll restart my phone. We will restart everything. And then once I'm done packing the camp up, we'll start a new stream. Interweb, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake. It's an impoundment reservoir on the Missouri River system. How's the signal in Alaska if it's bad there? Oh, we're running Starlink Mini. Usually we have a pretty stable signal with the Starlink Mini. I don't think the issue is Starlink today. I think it's YouTube. It just all of a sudden start crapping out constantly. We didn't change anything. It just started dying. So I think something's going on with my YouTube stream today. Yeah, isn't it pretty here? But yeah, for those of you guys who are new to the channel, we've marathon stream out here in central and western Montana, where there is 0 cell signal. You can see if it'll focus on there. It says SOS. There is no signal here. So we stream with Starlink Mini. That's how we get signal out here. It costs us about $175 a month to run it out here on the boat, but that's the only way that I would be able to stream for you guys. And we power it here with a custom battery setup that I built, hotspot full wall power stack batteries. We run 2 8-amp-hour batteries. And when the primary battery dies, it automatically fails over to the second battery without killing the stream. And that allows me to then take out the first battery and swap a new one in, a fresh one. And when it senses that there's a new battery in, it automatically falls back to the primary battery. And all that's controlled by the goodies in this box down here. Let me see if I can open this. There. Oh, there we go. So we got some computer components in there, a step-up converter, and then the little blue box is the brain. That's what senses when the battery. It's a unit. It's a component out of a UPS, an uninterruptible power supply system, that you would use for like rack computers. That's what controls and allows me to hot swap these batteries. Tom Patterson with the 100. Thank you, buddy. Interweb with the 100. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Beautiful country. Zachary, welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, the problem with the audio on the iPhone is that, like right now, the wind is starting to pick up. You'll hear wind noise. You'll hear as the wind blows against the mic on here. The other mics that I use, where did I put it? Have the little fuzzies on it, and that blocks the wind noise. The other problem is I forget that we're using the phone audio, and I wander to the other side of the boat and I'm talking to myself and nobody can hear me. Yeah, Gold Miner, we got the Lowrance Recon set up. Any luck in the last 30 minutes? We have one bite, one fish on, fish off. No, we didn't kick it up to 2. Let's try that, Bryson. American Dew or Mountain Dew? Mountain Dew. All right, so we just kicked the speed up. See if maybe a little faster troll or we'll get them interested here. Spunky, appreciate the sunshine. Thank you. Beautiful spot, Rod. Thanks, Lake Effect. Yeah, it's gorgeous out here. These are the Little Belt Mountains, the Helena National Forest. That's just absolutely gorgeous out here. You have any lures out for pike or just trout and kokanee? We've been trying primarily for trout and kokanee so far. We're on our second crankbait right now. I just put on I don't even know what it's called. There's a local bait company called the Montana Bait Company, and they make a custom crankbait that I bought a couple of months ago when I was picking up some of their other gear. And I have never run it, so we put it down. It doesn't really look, it's kind of like a minnow-shaped crankbait. It's like blue and green and orange. It's a shallow diver, small round bill on it. And that one I suspect the trout will probably bite at it. The pike definitely will bite at it. Walleye might. Hell, even the kokanee might bite at it too if small enough. Been busy, haven't been fishing. Now here comes the wind. Faster's done me better for the most part. Lucky Peak is where I've done most of my kokanee trolling. Really, you're getting the kokanees at 2+ miles an hour, huh? I mean, I've picked them up at that speed, but normally, especially earlier in the season like this, slower tends to do better for him. Kokanee schools haul ass around the deeper edge of shells. Yeah, after running the Water Wolf camera, I'm not everybody that's oh, you gotta troll slow for this or that. Like I don't buy it. Some days they might hit better at super slow speeds, but man, these fish are fast. They are way faster than people give them credit for, and they will chase. You won a fishing tournament today. Heck yeah, Dr. Sushi. Congrats. I've only ever been in one fishing tournament. It was when I was a teenager though. I didn't win it. Is that trolling motor GPS? Gold miner, yeah. So it's the Lowrance Recon is networked with the Lowrance HDS10 Pro as well as the Lowrance Elite FS9. And we have the HD 3-in-1 transducer on the back. And yeah, it uses the GPS from the HDS. So right now we're doing it's just depth or contour following. So essentially, I type in the minimum and the maximum depth that I want to troll at, and I hit go, and I bump up the speed or bump down the speed, and it follows within that contour band for the most part. As long as I leave it set. Western New York. Okay. Windy as hell here today. Dang, 45. Yeah, that is not fishing weather. Yeah, on GPS trolling motor. Yeah, today's this our maiden voyage for it on stream. I did run it for a few hours last night when I got here. Just to try and work some of the kinks out, and I still had to update the firmware on the joystick here. But yeah, it's brand new. This is the first stream we've used it. I've just got it finished hooked up last night. I've been working on it for the past 2 weeks. Bryson, no, I haven't had a chance getting up streaming here. I don't have the time or ability to be scrolling the website. I'll check it when I get home, Bryson. But I love when people post catches on the community page. It's always interesting to see the fish that people are catching in different areas, especially if they're hogs. Saved fuel. Well, I'm still using fuel. So I'm running the outboard right now on the back, basically for propulsion. And then I run the trolling motor for steering. I could, it's a big enough trolling motor and I have a big enough battery. We could probably stream for 10 to 15 hours running just on the trolling motor. The problem is I'm running 2 graphs, a phone, various other, lights and sensors and shit, all off of my house battery. And it doesn't have the capacity to run all of that shit for 15 hours. I run the outboard to put juice back into my house battery. If I'm not running the house battery, the batteries would probably be dead in 2 to 3 hours. Clipping. Nice view. Isn't it, Clipping? So pretty here. Yeah, y'all go check out my community page. A lot of viewers post fishes, lures, and stuff that they catch. I haven't had a chance to check out Bryson's catch that he posted on the Want to See My Rod community page. But there are some nice ones on there. Almost at 200 likes, 196. Let's go. We need another fish. Another fish might get us some likes. Let's Bina's the other line was fouled up. Let's pull this one up real quick and just make sure that we have bait on it and we're not full of weeds. We're gonna start doing that more often with as much weeds that are floating in here today. Every 30 minutes or so, if we don't get a bite, we probably pull them up, check them. Put on weeds, but we are missing bait. That last bite we had stole our bait, so we've been running it naked. We can still catch and often do catch stuff on it when it's naked, but it helps. This little, you'd be surprised at how well these itty bitty little pink maggots are. Again, here. It's just a hand tied. I call it a bridal rig. It's 2 wedding rings, hammered brass, Colorado blade, 2 drop shot hooks, and 2 little itty bitty gulp maggots. We're running it on lead core line out about 2 colors. It's up to the top. That color is 16, 65 foot. I was here the first time you hit 300 likes. Oh, by the way, hi, I'm here just creeping today. Background. What's up, crazy Ontarian? Welcome back. And that's just spooling out. Yeah, we actually, crazy, one of our recent streams, we hit 650 likes or 600 likes, somewhere north of 600. We've had some crazy streams recently. It's always cool to see that you guys are enjoying the streams. She's an absolute tank. I'll likely never catch a bigger trout. There are mythical 30+ inches in here, though. Man, that would be sweet to catch a 30-inch rainbow. I want to go jig for 40-inch Lakers at Standard Rock. Carl, yeah, so sometime in the near future, I want to make it up to somewhere in the Flathead area. I have a goal this year of catching a fat lake trout. We caught a couple last year when we went to Flathead, but that lake just gets brutal. I want to hit up one of the smaller lakes that's in that area. Maybe Whitefish or St. Mary's, or Tally. There's probably like 5 or 6 lakes right around Flathead that have some good sized Lakers in it. Probably not as big as what comes out of Flathead. But the ones we caught last year, I think we caught like a 3 or a 4 pounder and then like a 6 or a 7 pounder. I want to get like a 20 or a 30 pounder. Okay, yeah, we've had 3 rainbow trout so far and lost 3 rainbow trout. Or 3 fish. At least one of them was a rainbow trout. Got steelhead, brown, salmon, walleye over 30. So, yeah, the only fish that I've ever caught over 30 inches is pallid sturgeon, shovel nose sturgeon, northern pike, channel catfish, carp. I caught my biggest walleye was just shy of 30 inches. It was like 29 and some change. Yeah, I think that's 5 fish that I've caught above 30 inches. Got a 4-pound crappie. God, that's fat. Pause track. Hey, Rod, figured you'd be out today. What's up, Pause track? Yeah, we're out here playing with the new trolling motor. The ever-loving outdoors said, nice. Where are you? That's pretty. Okay, we're in central Montana. This is Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system, and it is absolutely gorgeous here. Pretty nice out here. It's been a little chilly, a little windy. It's supposed to warm up this afternoon. We're headed back towards the Log Gulch boat ramp. I got to dock the boat for 20 minutes, half hour, while I go pack up camp and put it in my truck so I can check out of my camp spot so they don't ticket me. But we're still probably, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes out from the boat ramp. So we'll troll our way over there. I will probably kill the stream for the half hour while I pack up camp. And then we will restart the stream and see if we can fix the damn audio issue. Trolling motor kicking ass. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. We did so I've been playing mostly with the it's called contour following or nav trolling. I could set, if I want to, like right now, we're set at 60-foot minimum bottom, 65-foot maximum bottom. I'm just trolling over deeper basin areas. It's kind of this first flat uh, in the basin. And I just hit go and I set the speed and it goes. And it'll go and follow that contour until you tell it to stop. So when I hook up on a fish, when I gotta go check the water levels, when I gotta rebait my hooks, I don't have to worry about steering. It did run us up. We were running 20-foot minimum, 25-foot max earlier, and it ran us over a damn sunken tree. And it's looking at bottom depth, not structure depth. And we snagged both of our lines on the damn tree. So that's really the only major problem we've had today with it. So I need to be careful with structure when I'm doing it. But yeah, it's been fun. It's interesting. 10 a.m. Better go tear down camp. Yeah, we got what did I say? 11. We got an hour before I got to tear it down. Before it's got to be down. And I think if I'm there tearing it down at 11, I'm the only one up there. I don't think they'll give me too much shit. But we should be over there fairly shortly. Manza, but what is your target? We're multi-species fishing today. Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, northern pike, walleye. Trolling the stuff that we're trolling out here and the speeds that we're trolling, you have a chance of catching all of those, any of them. There's yellow perch in here, there's whitefish. It's not the most effective method for all of those species. But I've caught all of them doing exactly what we're doing, trolling with very similar stuff to what we're trolling right now. Yeah, I just have a tent set up. There's a tent, a sleeping bag, and one tote full of shit inside the tent. Everything else is already packed in the back of my truck. I just didn't feel like folding down the tent, trying to origami it up and fit it back in the box in the pitch black this morning. I moved most of the stuff into the truck already. No more lost homies. No, we've only lost one homie so far this season. We salvaged our lake troll and our snubbers and our dodger and snubbers. All we lost was two worm harnesses, which I tie up. They're about $2 in components a piece. So I lost $4. We're fine. They were both experimental rigs that I had just tied up. They both caught fish, which is cool. But I'll just tie up some more of them. No biggie. Welcome back, Tank. Nice. Any elk sneaking up on you? I have not seen, I didn't see elk today. I did see, 2 fat antelope this morning and 1 muley buck. There was a muley buck standing, like, sniffing right outside my tent. I was trying to fall asleep and, or I'd hit the snooze a couple of times and was trying to fall back to sleep, and I heard the gravel rustling, and then I heard something breathing, and then I heard gravel again. So I popped my head out of the tent, spooked the buck. He was standing about 10 foot away from my tent. There's a bald eagle flying around up here right next to us. Such pretty country. I definitely got different vibes out of it. Yeah, Montana is, I don't know, you kind of have so many different variations of scenery around here. You have the plains, you have the fields, you know, you have the mountainous areas. You kind of have like tundra. There are like really dry, deserty areas here. You kind of have a little bit of everything. But I love the mountains the most. I really enjoy the scenery around here, all the wildlife. Yeah, we're over about 70-foot bottom right now. I love your new YouTube name. Thanks, Voidcaster. Some people, I get a lot of people that love it and a lot of people that hate it. So I thought it was funny. And it was a name born out of pure frustration. I spent hours typing in names on YouTube trying to come up with a channel name, and everything you can think of is taken already. And like every night, like the 19 variations of it you can think of are taken already. So wanna see my rod came up. I literally was just like, you know, laughing at myself like there's no way this one isn't taken. And when it went green, I was like, bam. I didn't even think twice about it. It's like that's my channel name. I'll say, you know it when you come up on Montana in a train. Do you got lake trout? Not lake trout in this water body, but Western Montana has some really big lake trout. We fished at Flathead Lake last year, and it produces some of the biggest lake trout in Montana. Fort Peck also has really big lake trout. 30+ pounders. His live stream on YouTube's growing big now. One flip up on screen is another guy streaming. Oh, Gold Miner, there's thousands of people streaming right now. And if you've never swiped on lives, be careful. You're going to see some weird shit. Some really, really weird and bad stuff. Eagle Scout and the fish. Yeah, JV. What's the best lure for grown-up Oscar? I've never caught an Oscar before. My grandma had one in her fish tank when I was little, but I've never fished for them. Ever loving outdoors. Central Montana, Holter Lake. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on comments here. This app is a free for all. Oh God, man. It's like going down the rabbit hole, scrolling on YouTube Live. You see some weird stuff. 90% of it is just people begging for money. I mean, that's the reality of it. The other 9% is weird, like weird. And then you got like 1% that it's like, all right, I can dig this. I can hang out here a little while. But it's like 1%. Mia, aren't you supposed to be at work right now? Are you at work right now? I wonder if Daz Rodmeister is taken. I don't know. JC, you'd have to try and create an account and see. I'm hiding at work. Well, don't get in trouble. Oh, my Lord. It's weak. All right, well, the trolling motor's handling that moderately well. It's been a little funky. There we go. We passed 200 legs. Let's go. 207. Thank you, guys. We're coming up here, I don't know, quarter of a mile or so on Split Rock. And then it's a straight shot from there over to the boat ramp. We might have to pull the poles in and gun over there here in 15 minutes or so. Brian Waugh, your rod is bending. Yeah, so we're trolling, so we're moving at about 2 miles an hour right now. What's on that line is what's called a lake troll or a pop troll or a cowbell. It's 4 large Colorado blades, metal blades. They're heavy and they spin and they create a whole bunch of drag in the water. So as their 4 of them are spinning, it thumps and it creates a bend on the pole as well as a semi-erratic bounce to it. When there's a fish on there, trust me, you will know it. You don't just get a bent rod with a little nibble. It's not like when you're bank fishing. The rod will literally bend over aggressively, and you'll hear this. You'll hear the trolling rods have a audible clicker on it that you turn on and off, and then you set your drag on the side. So it's got about 2-3 pounds of drag on it, and when a fish bites on it, it pulls that drag out. You hear it. That's how you know you got a bite. Unless you got a minnow on there, which does happen sometimes. You will 100% know when that pole's got a bite on it. It won't just be some little dingle dangles there. It'll be a zip. That pole will, big fish, the pole will literally bend down and touch the water. These little trout, the 14, 16 inchers, they bang on it. They have quite a bit of strength. And again, the drag is not set safe, so you'll hear it. I like it. Would work great on fishing. Okay. Hey, Joe. Cool channel. What body of water are you on? JC, we're on Holter Lake, Central Montana. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Haven't caught a giant brown yet. Nothing to write home about. My PB brown is actually bigger than my PB rainbow. I caught a good sized brown at Salmon Lake a few years ago. It's about all I fish for anymore. Lake Superior in Michigan. I fish for everything. I'm not super picky. My favorite is pike. It will always be pike. But I like to dabble at a little bit of everything. I fish enough that it gets a little monotonous fishing for the same thing all the time. We're here at Holter fishing for rainbow, not because rainbow is my favorite fish to fish for. It's because there's a chance for kokanee, walleye, pike, and because it's close to where I live, and because today this is the only place that isn't getting blown off the map in central Montana. Hard water, I fish inland though. Giants are in the Great Lakes. Oh yeah, there's some big fish over there. Big water bodies produce big fish. Such beautiful views. Yeah, I never get tired of looking at this shit. It's so cool to think about how this shit's like hundreds of millions, billions of years old. over time, the earth has pushed all of this shit up. They've been finding what was I was reading an article the other day. They just found, they believe, the biggest T-Rex specimen ever produced at some local farm here in Montana, some ranch. They're pulling out all sorts of shit out of these old rocks. Surprising number of dinosaurs are found in Montana, though. But it's just cool to think about. All this shit could hold fossils from, you know, millions and millions of years ago. Plus, it's just pretty to look at. I mean, come on. All right, come on, fishy. What do we run? I'm gonna bring this one back up to 60. And I'm gonna drop this one down to 90. Just make a couple of changes here, see if maybe that'll help. Rodbot is probably out of tokens now. It normally 4 or 5 hours of a stream is usually about all I get out of Rodbot right now. It's still in beta. I have very limited tokens or quota from the YouTube API. I'm waiting on them to approve the app to increase my quota token quota. I do like a dinosaur area. I'm a sucker for shiny things and old things, fossils and rocks and crystals and gold. So it's always fun to look for and find stuff like that. Hey Joe Chen. Welcome to the stream. So you get a check quota. Well, so the way that Rodbot works and the way that all of these chat bots, Nightbot and the Stream Element bots, they all interact with the YouTube data API. And every query you make to the API to send a message, to read the chat messages, takes a quota or takes a tokens. You don't have to pay for them. They're not, it's free, but it limits your interaction with the API every 24 hours. And right now, for an unapproved project, they only give you 10,000 daily tokens for the YouTube API. And Rodbot burns through that, reading chat messages and responding. It costs, for example, every time Rodbot sends a message, it costs 50 tokens. Every time Rodbot scans the room to check for new messages, it costs 5 tokens. Every time Rodbot checks to see if a channel is online to see if it needs to join that channel, it costs 1 token. So it's constantly burning tokens to function. And after about 4 to 5 hours, depending on how much people use it, you burn through the 10K in almost no time. But to get it increased, you have to go through a fairly lengthy security audit, and they have to approve the application before they'll increase the token allotment for the app. Beartooth. I thought it was the Lil Belt. Is it Beartooth? I could be wrong. I'll have to look that up. Beartooth. And pan for gold, black sandalums, Lake Superior Shore. Yeah, there's a lot of gold found here in Montana. That's where most of the people who originally came here, that's why they came here, is for gold. Gold, silver, copper. I'm sure bunches of other stuff as well. Jackson sent a flower. Jackson with Flow State. I appreciate the gifts there. Thank you for the support. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. We're, what time is it? 10:18. All right, we got about 12 minutes or so before I got to pick up lines and jet over to the boat launch. See if we can get one more fish in the next 12 minutes. We will be probably killing the stream at that point for about 30 minutes or so. So I could go pack up my camp, get everything in my truck, and then I got to move my truck from the camp spot over to the parking lot. And then I got to go pay $5 to park my truck in the parking spot. And then I'm going to reboot Starlink, my phone, everything to try and get the mics working again. The green thing, like a life preserver for you. JC, yes, we, our last stream at this water body last year on Christmas, we lost one trolling rod over the side of the boat. I bumped it out of the holder and she deep six down to the bottom. And then our first stream back here this year, I think it was in late March, maybe? Late March, early April. Right after I told the story about losing the pole the previous year, we lost another pole. So we're down, this water body now owns two of my very expensive trolling rods. So we have their, I set up a leash system. It's basically a bungee. It stretches out about 5 foot or so. And I've got a little Velcro strap with an eyelet on each of my poles that one end clips to. And then I've got the same Velcro strap on my pole holder itself. So now I have to deal with being leashed. But if my pole falls in the water, I can pull the leash and get my pole back. Big Belt Mountains is the main name. Okay, so all right, so that's the mountain range. That's just the Beartooth. The local name for that subsection. That makes sense. Yeah, they're kind of a giant pain in the ass. I'm still getting used to them. I've only been running them for maybe a month now. So 3 or 4 trips out. They're kind of a nightmare having your pole strapped to shit. They need to be like a couple feet longer, I think. So I'm still tweaking on it. But yeah, I mean, after you drop $200, I mean, the reel is like $150. The rod's like $50-$60, and then you got a lake troll on there that's $20, a snubber that's $5, or a lure that's anywhere from a couple dollars to $20. It was about $250 a pop every time I drop it over, which I mean isn't the end of the world, but who wants to spend $250 when you don't have to? I'd rather just keep my poles. So what's the current score? Wes, we're still at 3 landed, 3 lost. It's been about, I don't know, 45 minutes since our last bite. I feel like we might hook up right here next to Split Rock. I don't know, we'll see. But we're going to run for a couple of more minutes. Then I got to pull the poles in and jet over to the dock. I got to pack up my camp, and then we will restart the stream. We will be streaming until sundown tonight. So it's 10:22. We probably have another 10 hours. 12 hours. 9 hours. No, 11 hours. Jesus. Math is hard, y'all. Hey, Troy, welcome to the stream. Crazy with the chili. Thank you, Crazy. Sorry I missed that. The Average Viking said hello, Josie. Loving outdoors. I looked that place up on Onyx. Looks like a good hunting spot. Oh, there's excellent hunting around here. Pretty much any, well, I shouldn't say any, but there's good whitetail, muley, elk, antelope. People hunt for bear around here, ram, turkey, pheasants. I mean, ducks, geese. There's everything. Mountain grouse. West said, stay hydrated. Yes, we need a drink here. Math is for accountants. That's right, Fishy Things. What's up, Fishy Things? Welcome to the stream, buddy. And I don't know why. Well, a second here. Like number 218. Appreciate you. Fished the lakefront in Chicago, Lake Michigan. Made a homemade dragger out of coat hanger for oops. I dropped some moments. JC, I've thought about that. I do in one of my bags. I have it's not a giant, but it's like a I don't know. I think it's like a 4 or a 5 ounce grapple hook. I don't have a long enough string on it. And I don't know. I know the rough area of where I dropped it. I could try one of these days. Drag it over there. What I've thought about doing is I have the Water Wolf camera, and I thought about trolling it around over there. See if I could spot it. But the thing is it dropped while we were moving, and it had a big fish on it. And it's in about 70 feet of water, so it's fairly deep where I dropped. We did have somebody in chat that was from the local area. He said, how much is it worth to you? I'll come over there and scuba dive it out for you. I don't know. I forgot who that was, though. I should have offered him $100 to come dig her out. Would have been half the price of buying a new one. That guy was ripping between those rocks. Yeah, there's a couple of people out here on jet skis. Most of the people that don't fish this stretch of it, they jet between spots. I'm old. I troll everywhere. It's not very often you see me pull in my lines to move somewhere. If I'm going 5 miles that way, it's going to take me about 3 hours because I'm trolling at, 1.2 to 1.7, maybe 2 miles an hour. That's how I roll. Tough to get lucky somewhere deeper like that. Mostly 10, 15 feet. I'm sure you're kind of good enough. Yeah, it'd be, I would be pretty lucky if I were able to snag it. But like I said, in all likelihood, it's probably not where I left it. Because the whole reason that it went over the side is there was a big ass fish on there. And just like right now, how the water's rocking, the pole bent over, it went, I spun around and went to step over. And I caught my foot on something, the weight caught me, and the fish tugged at me at the same time. And I was about to go ass over end over the side of the boat. So it was let go of the pole and grab the underside of the gunnel to pull myself back in or go overboard with the pole. So we dumped the pole and saved ourselves. So hence the dead homie. Bows with the flower. Appreciate the gift there, Bows. Welcome to the stream. Seeing fish surfacing all over the damn place here. When I roll, all I do is troll, baby. All right, yeah, it's most days that's how it is for me. From time to time, I do jet from point to point. And now that I have the trolling motor, jigging and spot lock will be more of an option. I've always hated throwing an old school anchor. My manual spot lock that comes with 100 foot of rope attached to it. I hate throwing anchor. Unless I'm in super shallow water, I'll anchor up in shallow water from time to time. But anything that's more than like 30 foot deep, I ain't throwing an anchor for that shit. Roger that, fish took it. Yeah, it was a good size. It was a kokanee, 100% a kokanee, and it was a good size kokanee. So I would imagine it probably yanked that pole a good ways before it either snagged the pole up and is now on a leash over there, or got itself free. Tobacco is for poor people. Tell that to the stores that sell it, man. These damn things are $13 a pack now. $13. I'm pretty sure when I first started smoking, smokes were about $3 a pack. Now they're 13. Where's the fish? We are trying to find him. MHHB. We've caught 3 so far. We've lost 3, but it's been about an hour since we've had a bite. I tried on the internet, fish on the lake. Fair enough. The ever loving outdoors. Trolling's not for everybody. I don't know. I enjoy it, especially it's more conducive for streaming. You'll notice that a lot of the channels that you go to that people are casting, the stream consists of this for as long as the stream is going. That's it. You stare at somebody's butt, your back for however long you're willing to stand it. They don't talk to you. They might glance at chat and read a comment once an hour. Like, it's tough. It's tough to actively fish and keep up with chat, especially when chat gets busy. So trolling allows me to move around, get bites, interact with chat as much as I can. $8 in North Carolina, 13 is insane. That's dedication. Yeah, it put me in the poorhouse. $22 a Vancouver. God. Thought for a minute we were going to see you bobbing behind the boat that day. Close call. Yeah, it wouldn't have been fun because we were trolling. My boat I would have had a very cold float back to a shore, and then I would be walking the shoreline trying to figure out where my boat crashed into. Why is it to catch walleye here? Joe, walleye, unless you're trolling bottom bouncers, oftentimes walleye can be difficult to catch in a water body like this, especially this time of the year. Later in the season, uh, once the water starts opening up and the walleye start moving deeper, I do have better luck trolling for them, running shallow or deep diving crankbaits. But this time of the year, jigging is really where most people are catching them because they're still way up in the weeds for the most part. We did I caught one last time I was here off a crankbait in probably, I don't know, 15 foot of water, 20 foot of water. And we did on a bottom bouncer get one a few streams ago down by the mouth where the creek comes in. But yeah, most of this time of the year at this particular water body, I think jigging the shallow weed lines is where most of the people are catching them. But the walleye bite has been really slow so far this year, from what I've heard. I've only caught one out of, I think this is our 5th trip here this year. Walleye mostly at the bottom and shallow. Yeah. That's again the bottom bouncers, getting your rigging, down within, a foot of the bottom or even ticking off the bottom is the key to catching walleye this time of the year. And we're right now we're trolling over, 50-foot bottom. I'm trolling over a basin area. And in fact, it's 10:33, you guys. I need to pull these rigs in. We're gonna scoot over to the boat dock, load the camp up, and then we'll restart the stream. I need to get my tent backed up right here. And I also need to put some more gas in the boat. I hate to do it, but what was it? I was hoping we'd get one fish here there before we had to head back to the boat. Let's just go get this shit done and then we'll get back. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out today. We will be streaming here until sundown unless the meeting gets stupid. We're just gonna have a short intermission. All right, let me stow this. All right, y'all. Keep your hands and phalanges and everything else in the boat. Hang on, don't fall off. We're gonna scoot over to the boat launch here. It'll take us probably 5 minutes to get over there. Steve, any luck? I'm on a fishing trip too. We've had 3 rainbow and lost 3 rainbow. Broke my arm. Chevy, dang, what happened, man? Hey, Nadia, welcome to the stream. Sorry for the noise, guys. My Bluetooth mic is screwed up, so we're using the audio on the phone right now. We're headed to the boat dock. I gotta load up camp, and then we're gonna come back out on the water. You ever try single blades? What do you mean single blades? I hear you, no noise. Oh, cool. iPhone mic works surprisingly well. Yeah, I figured that would have been terrible with wind noise. Yeah, this wind is really picked up here. Cool channel. I subscribe. What's the limit for the rainbows? 5 daily. Combined trout and salmon. No motor or wind noise. Nice. What's up, SoCal? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I will tell you, adding the 80 pounds of battery and another 50 pounds of the trolling motor, man, going over that chop feels so much better than it did before. I feel like I got somebody sitting on my bow, so I'm not porpoising out of the water constantly. Before I would bang, 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 because all my weight is in the back and my scrawny ass up front doesn't do nothing. So it's like having another person sitting right up front here. It's really balanced the weight out. Yeah, we got it running, SoCal. We've been playing around with the contour trolling all morning. It only tried to kill us once. Yeah, I got it finished, hooked up last night. All right, let me get this docked up. All right. All right. Well, I will. Oh shit! I can't. We don't have, my internet's gonna die going up to the camp. So I think we will, let me catch up on comments here. Oh, SoCal, let me show you. So we have, that's the custom mount I built for it. Again, you have to get over this lip, and then the trolling motor itself has to have an 1.5 inch gap between the gunnel and the shaft. So I had to raise it up like 3 inches in the front here, and then level that off back here. So it sits level when the boat's in the water. And then we have the quick release bracket. It's been nice. I got, when we're locking it down, I got a little support up there so it doesn't bounce around. And it's running off the 200 amp hour 24 volt Vader battery. We're on the power wire underneath some velcroed down cable gland. There's our network cable, and then that runs up underneath the bow pretty cleanly. Comes out over to there, and then these guys up there, those black T's, that's our NEMA network. So each one of the graphs plugs into those. The trolling motor plugs into one, and then one is the power wire that goes over there to power the 12 volt NEMA network. And then the trolling motor gets run off of this big one. So pretty sweet setup. Been working good. Oh, lots of people here. Give you guys a little pan around of the Log Gulch boat ramp here. That's kind of a day use area over there. We got some scenery. Scenery's always nice. But normally there's people lined up here. Well, they are over this way. People fishing over there. I got a bunch of boat slips here. The one we're on is the quick slip. You're not supposed to overnight park here, I don't think. That one's for overnight parking over there. Hey, Mike, welcome to the stream. Nice clean install, looks awesome. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about it, so I had to build, oops, the battery. It's heavy and it jostles around, and I didn't want to use like $100 chunk of HDPE to do the whole floor, so I just used a scrap that I had left over, which leaves the insulation exposed under it. So it's a little ugly, but again, this boat is a polished turd anyway, so. All right, so we are going to kill the stream here. I think that probably makes the most sense. Otherwise, I would leave you. No carpet, zero carpet. Carpet is the absolute worst thing you could ever put on a boat, John Joe. Not only does it hold water, moisture, and lead to things rusting and rotting, but have you ever dropped a treble hook in carpet? Have you ever dropped a hook in carpet? You know how much of a pain in the ass it is to get anything detached from carpet? No. I camped here last night at the campground. See the outhouse over here? Yeah, up there. Past that outhouse, my truck and boat ramp and
tent is up there, so I gotta go unpack all my shit back into my truck. And then I'm gonna put some gas in the boat here and come back out. We have checkout for the campground at 11. It's 10:48, so I gotta get over there. Yeah, so at 30 minutes or so, I'll be back out on the water. I just gotta go pack up camp and bring some gas down to fuel the boat back up. So I'm gonna kill it, y'all. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Check back in 30 minutes or so. We will be live again.